Welcome back everybody, this is Awais back with another video on AutoCAD. This is going to be a crash course of AutoCAD. I have taught AutoCAD for many years. It's been a while since I created an AutoCAD video just because I felt like the videos I created already, they were enough to learn AutoCAD because AutoCAD hasn't changed much. We are in 2024 and this video is using latest version of AutoCAD, and AutoCAD has changed. There are a few new things that I want to show you, but this video is also targeted toward beginners. This is going to be a complete guide for anybody who wants to learn AutoCAD from scratch. We'll be learning commands, we'll be learning user interface, and we will also be building projects in this video. So this video will get you up and running with AutoCAD as soon as possible. If you're watching this video, you already know what you're going to use AutoCAD for, but AutoCAD can be used in any industry, any engineering industry, electrical, mechanical, architectural, you name it. You can build 2D and 3D within AutoCAD, and we'll cover pretty much everything. So without further ado, let's get started with AutoCAD. Before we jump into the course, let's take a look at what we will be building as a 2D project in this video. So here you see the simple house plan, but this simple house plan is more than enough for you to learn AutoCAD. You see that this is just a simple plan, then we converted this plan into a layered plan using the layer features of AutoCAD, then we added the annotation, then dimensions, and in this part of this project, I've shown you how to use building blocks and create your own custom blocks in AutoCAD. So this is going to be our simple first project of this course. And at this stage, you will be familiar with the draw panel, modify panel, annotation, layer, blocks, properties, groups, utilities, and clipboard. And I've already, in this section, I will also show you how you use these bigger tabs within the ribbon. Let's take a look at the 3D project, which we will be building on the top of this 2D plan. It's going to be a really basic 3D plan. Here I've already got that, so I'll just change the viewport to rest of the isometric, and that's our 3D model. I will actually change the viewport to, let's say, realistic, and that's how it's looking. I'm gonna just delete this part, and you can see internally I'll show you how to create this complex wall inside the roof as well. And then also we cover materials and rendering at the basic level. As you can see that we have a simple 2D and a simple 3D project. Well, these projects are enough to use all the commands available in AutoCAD 2D and AutoCAD 3D. I'll show you all the commands and their use cases, but to build a very complex and large project, that takes a long time, and this video is already very long. But if you're interested in building complex objects and bigger projects in architectural world, I would highly recommend to check out my AutoCAD Complete Course with the practical approach on Udemy. That's about 34-hour long, and it has lots of complex object in 3D. It has a bigger project in 2D. This video will cover everything, all the commands. So don't feel like you're not gonna learn a lot about AutoCAD. You will be up and running in AutoCAD after watching this course as well. But if you're interested in full course with advanced and complex projects, then this is the course for you. As you can see, I've got about 1,032 rating and about 4,800 students, and a lot of people who bought this course really appreciate it. I'll put a link to the description of this video for this course. All right, let's get started with AutoCAD. This is the latest version at the time of the recording, but if you have any experience in the previous versions, don't worry, everything will look like the same in AutoCAD in 2014. It's not something has changed everything, so we still feel at home if you have an older version of AutoCAD. And if you have a latest version of AutoCAD, then there are a lot of improvements which I will talk about in the video. So I've already started AutoCAD, because otherwise I go through how to install AutoCAD. You go to Autodesk website and then download it and then install it from there. Now once you have AutoCAD installed and you open it for the first time, you're gonna see this window where you have a recent file, and then you also have some of the examples that you can open. For example, floor plan sample. If I click on it, This will actually read only. We'll just say yes. And then you see that this is the sample that AutoCAD provides. Now, before we go any further, I want to make sure that you have a mouse with the mouse wheel, because this is really important if you want to be AutoCAD Pro, because this scroll bar will give you additional commands. Like you could go and then pan with just pressing, and then just pan around in your AutoCAD canvas. And then you can zoom in, zoom out by scrolling up and down. So this is a very important. Have a mouse which has a scroll and which have a button. Otherwise, you would probably have to use some keyboard shortcut. So if I press P and then press enter for a pan command, and now I can use pan without any scroll bar. So I don't want to go deep into right now. So what I'll do, click here and then close this drawing, and click on note to make sure that you don't want to save that. Once done, then I'll give you a quick rundown of welcome screen of AutoCAD. So here you got samples, you got recent files that you opened. You can sort by a list or this view. On the left, you have these two buttons, open and new. So let's create a new file, but I'm going to click on this arrow button here. And this will allow me to use one of the templates that AutoCAD provides. So for example, if I click at this, is going to open this Explorer window where I can choose different files or templates, you call it. For example, this is the 3D version. That's a simple AutoCAD. So we'll go through this later, but I just wanted to show you there are some templates that are provided by AutoCAD. We go to get more templates online. It'll take you to the browser where you can download lots of templates, but we don't really need to go that way for now. But let's click on new to create a new drawing. Once you click on new, you get to see this view. All of the commands on this ribbon, this is called a ribbon. Okay, this area is ribbon, is active now. Now, if you look at your mouse cursor is also active. Now, let's go to some of the user interface. So on the top, you have some shortcut menus that is called quick access toolbar for AutoCAD. You can add more options to it. For example, by clicking on this little arrow button, you can add more. But let's take a look at what is this file. This is called ribbon, and ribbon has many command palettes. For example, this is a draw command palette. This has all the commands related to drawing. For example, if you want to draw a line, a polyline, a circle, an arc, or ellipse, or hash. We have some modify commands within the modify panel. We got annotation panel, layer panel, blocks, properties, and so on. That's the ribbon. Most of the commands are available here, but you're not going to be limited to these commands, because if you start typing anything on a keyboard, you will see a pop-up which appears, and this is like a command palette in VS Code. It gives you every command that is possible in AutoCAD using this. So there's a lot of commands here starting from P, so you can scroll down, but we'll get to that. Now, this is a ribbon, we got that, and then on the top right, we have some common input fields. Like this one is the search field. You can type anything here, and AutoCAD will try to search that stuff for you and will give you a suggestion what you're searching for. You got the username, and then some of the other cloud-based services or help or utility functions that you can utilize. Under the panel, you have this start window, and then your drawing that you just created. You can also click on this plus button to create a new drawing. There you go. It will bring up a new drawing window, and that will be drawing 4. I'm just going to close that for now because we don't really need that. Okay, so what next? Well, on the right here, you see this is called navigation wheel or wheel. In 2D world, you can see the west and the east and south and north, and you can see that this says top, which means you're looking at the view from the top. Okay, that's called navigation wheel. You can actually click on W, and it will show you the plan from the west. But what we need is from top, click on that. Or if you mess up something because we haven't started anything yet, so I'm click on this little home icon, that will put it on the top. So let's put it home, and I click on top, and you're back home. Now, here you got some utility commands like zoom, or you can click on full navigation wheel which is gonna come with you. You can click on the command like pan. You can click on zoom to zoom in. Get into details, but this is your sort of the quick commands like to navigate around your drawing. This is a very important. This is really a console. If you're coming from web development background, it says type of command. So any command that is possible in AutoCAD will be available in this. I will click on this and I can just move it down to something like this spot, or you can grab it and then move it to something like before. This is your command line, and I would highly recommend to actually start using keyboard for the command. But let's take a look at that, some more stuff. At the bottom, you've got the model, you got layout 1. So if you have an architecture background, you will see that the model is where you will start drawing, build your plan or whatever you're building. A layout is like how it's going to lay out on the paper when you're going to print out. So these are the stuff that we'll talk about later. But this is called a status bar. A status bar has some configuration here, which we'll go through. So now one thing you will notice, if I just pan around, you'll see a model. Let me go back to model. And you'll see some of the commands here. For example, it says display drawing grids. If I check, this is going to display the drawing grids. You see that? Next command is something like snap mode. We'll talk about the snap mode in a second, but there are some commands here that are very, very useful. So how do we start drawing? This is called AutoCAD Canvas, or your workspace or your working area. This is where your drawing plan. And if you understand the coordinate system, the exact point here is your origin, which means 0x and 0y. So for example, if I go and click on line command, and instead of just clicking randomly, I could actually go ahead and then press 0. The x value will always be the first value, then the second value in this would be a y value, and if you're working with 3D, the third value would be your z-axis, which means it's in a 3D. Right now we go 0, and then I press 0, and I press enter. So now you see that the line command is now working. I've got my first point. Now let's say I want to make the rectangle of 10 by 10. So I can move my cursor and then just move across this snap. You see the snap happening, and then press 10, enter, and then you see this will make the line with the value 10. Okay, and then if I move my cursor to the right and I press 10 again, enter, and then I go down and then press 10 again. Now you have to pay attention on your command line. Here you got this line specific command. Whatever your current command is, all the properties will be available here. There are two things you can do. Either you can do undo or you can close. So I'll do undo. I see it's gone back to the previous step, but I'll move my cursor down again and press 10 and enter. And then I'll click on close. Close will attach your point where you actually started. So click on close and you see this is your rectangle built by using keyboard. Before we start building these rectangles and drawings, I would like to show you how you can save the project and how you can reopen this project. So if you click on this AutoCAD file menu, you get to see the save button. Once you click on it, you need to select where you want to save. And here we have some options to make this project compatibility. For example, if you want to make it compatible with AutoCAD 2000, which is 24 years ago, you select this option, because in an industry, there will be some people that are still using AutoCAD 2000. There will be some people, but the latest one is the AutoCAD 2018. So just say project 1, and then I will click on save. And then let's go and close this. Let's close this file. And now you will see that this will appear in your recent opened files. You can click on this project again, or you can go open file, click on this open button. That'll give you an explorer again, and you can select project 1, double click on it, and that will open this project again for you to use. We just created this project 1, but before I open that project, I would like to point out a couple of options available on this welcome screen. You'll see you have the Autodesk projects. I haven't installed it, but if you don't know about it, don't worry, you don't need it. If you want to learn AutoCAD from AutoCAD, then you just go to learning. You have some links here, like what's new in the latest version of AutoCAD. If you need any online help, you click here. There's also AutoCAD Community Forum. You can click on a community forum to access that. You also have a mobile app and web app in AutoCAD now. Now, let's create a new project. We will click on new, and this is our fresh new project. Let's go ahead and save this project. Click on save, and I will name this project learn. Enter, and now we have the file saved. We already see the line command, but let me show you a couple of other ways to trigger the line command or any command on the ribbon. So as I said, this is the command palette. You can write L-I-N-E, and then the pop-up will appear, and you'll see the different types of lines available in AutoCAD. But you can also click on line, and this will trigger this command, and now you can actually click, and then draw a line. Given the current command, you always focus on what options you have available for that particular command. You have a close option or undo option. Let me just close that. Now let's just say you've drawn something like this weird shape. You want to clean that or you want to delete it. There are many ways to do that in AutoCAD. One of the most common ways is to just select it and then press delete on your keyboard. Oops, but I don't want to do it. I want to bring that back. So if you've used any other application, you should already be familiar with the undo command. So undo command is like it'll take the previous step. If you look at this arrow here, this is the undo command. Click on this arrow, and then the previous action that you performed will be discarded, and then the action will revert back the changes. Next, we're going to learn navigation and selection in AutoCAD. So let's draw a rectangle. There is a command called a rectangle. If you look right here, click on it. I'm going to click and then just draw, and then that makes a rectangle. Let's go select line, and we're going to draw a line and press enter to finish the command. Let's draw a circle. Click on circle, and a circle requires click and then draw a circle. Now, to be able to move around, you see my pen comes up automatically. That's because of I'm pressing the scroll wheel down. But if you want to pan, you go here and then click, and that triggers the pan command, and then you can just click on your left mouse and then just drag around. We'll go and press escape. Escape is your best friend when it comes to canceling the command and going back to the default selection mode. Now, I look at pan again and press escape, and that will just get rid of that pan command. Now, to be able to draw this, it was very simple. Just click and drag. But let's go and select the circle command again. I'll click on circle command. Once I click on it, you have to pay attention here. It says specify the center point for the circle or 3p, 2p, tangent, radius. Okay, let's follow the first thing that it's asking us. Click. Once I click on it, then it changes its statement. Now it's saying specify radius of circle or a diameter. So right now, if I press any value, it will be the radius of the circle. But guess what? I can click on diameter, and now when I press the value, that will be the diameter value. So you look at my cursor, it clearly says specify a diameter of a circle. So you have to be very, you have to keep an eye on what the command palette is telling you when using any command. For example, if we go to rectangle command and I click with the mouse, and then it asks me specify the other point. So what is the other point? Well, just a point. You move your cursor and then you click on that, and then you specify the point. Now I'm going to use the mouse scroll wheel to navigate to the right, and we select the rectangle command again. And once we select the rectangle command and I haven't clicked anywhere to select my first point, I can see there are some other options available like chamfer, elevation, fillet, thickness, or width. So for example, if I click on thickness and I give a value of, let's say, let me give it 20 and press enter. Now if I click, you will see the thickness will be applied. So if I hover my cursor to the rectangle, you'll see the actual thickness will be applied to this line. Now, you don't have to worry about all these options. Just focus on what I'm teaching you about the command palette. Now let's zoom out. The way you zoom out is by scrolling down and zoom in, scroll up. Or you can actually click on this button to zoom extend, which will make sure everything you have on your drawing will be extended for you and you will be able to see that. But if you click on this little arrow, you can select different options for a zoom command. For example, zoom window will allow you to create a window and then let the mouse button go and click, and then you see that object will be zoomed in. But most commonly, what you're going to do is scroll up and down for zooming in and zooming out, and then press the mouse wheel button to pan. This is like the most common way. So this is a zoom command. You click on this and then you have a lot of commands. For example, zoom center, and then just click and that will just zoom into the center. Now, I don't know where I am. I might have a lot of stuff. So I click on this arrow again and I'll make sure that zoom extend to bring everything on that. Now, zoom command can be triggered by pressing Z and then press enter. Now, before I click anywhere, you have the same option that you had in the UI here in the command palette. So you can zoom all, center, dynamic, send. Now, instead of clicking on this button, you could actually press the key which is in a blue color. For example, if I want to zoom all, then I press A and enter. That will zoom all. Whatever my drawing is, it will just zoom all. I press Z again, press enter or a spacebar. Look at spacebar enter. Both triggers the command. I'm used to using the spacebar. Now I'm going to press E for extend. You see, E is in a blue color. So I'll press enter and this will zoom extend. So that's your zoom command. Now let's talk a little bit about selection. Selection is very important. Now let's just say I want to select this rectangle. I will click and then move my cursor to the left. You'll see the window color is green. And I click again. This has the selection. Whatever it touches, it will select. Now I press escape to remove the selection. I will click and move my cursor to the left. It draws the green window. And if I move my cursor to the right, it draws the blue window. What is the difference between blue and green? Well, let's just say if I click here and I make my blue window and I click again, you see the rectangle did not get selected. That's because blue window will only select whatever it covers the whole object. Okay. Now, to be able to select the rectangle with the blue window, you have to click here and cover the whole object, which in this case is the rectangle. And click again. Now this time it will select the rectangle. I press escape to clear the selections. Now, to be able to select this with the green window, all you need to do is just touch it, right? And then it will be selected. And AutoCAD is very smart software. So once I take this closer to the rectangle, you'll see it will highlight the rectangle. What it's telling us that it is actually going to select the rectangle. Now let's move some objects closer by using the move command. So if I click here on the move command, I have to select what I want to move. So again, I said every command has the same selection. So I click, and then all you need to do is touch the circle, and I click again, and now you have selected an object. Once you finish the selection, because you can select multiple objects at the same time, press enter, and it's going to ask you to select the base point for your circle. And I will just bring that here. I will select the move command again and select this, press spacebar, select this base point, and then I just move the rectangle here. Now I'm going to zoom into just this object. I'm going to press Z, press enter to trigger the zoom command, and I'm going to use this real time. So the first default zoom command is a real time. Real time means you can just draw a window and click, and this will just zoom in whatever the real time window that you created. Let's take a look at the selection now. Again, I'll click and then make a green light, and whenever it touches any object, doesn't matter the complete object, but any part of the object, it'll make sure that it will select. Like if you look at all three objects are highlighted now. The selection is actually when you are in active selection, you can see these pivot points around the objects or whatever you have selected. You can call it vertices or pivot points, whatever you like. But these three objects are now in selection. I'll press escape. Now let's just say if I just create this window, okay? Right now, what do you think it will select? Well, it will not select anything because none of the object is becoming highlighted. Now let's just say I'll make my cursor a bit right and I move my cursor down. If you look at, as soon as I will cover the circle will get highlighted. There you go. You see, the circle is now getting highlighted, which means that blue selection only selects an object when it covers the whole object. So I'll click and it will select that. Now, what do you mean? What you might be thinking, why do we need this? Well, the thing is, if I click on line command and I will just draw a line, one line, press again, press again, press again, press spacebar again. Now, you might be wondering, how am I repeating the line command? Well, AutoCAD is very smart. Every time you select a command and you press the spacebar again, it will actually perform the previous action, which in this case, it was line command. So let's just say this line command, and then let's just say this another line, and let's just say another line, and let's just say another line. Okay, now let's just say I want to only select this line here. This line, okay? You can actually go ahead and then try to, hover over on this and click and select, but sometimes it's harder to select this line. So what I have to do is just go here and draw a circle and then just make the circle and cover that object. It will only select that object. You see how useful this selection mode is? And if I have to select like this, it will select all the lines and any object that it touches. Now sometimes you have a very small line in the middle, for example here, then you're zoomed out, like you have to zoom into the object and then make sure you focus on that particular object and select it. But in this case, I can click here and make my cursor to the right and I click, because I know that this small object is the only object that I covered. It will only select that. So that's your green selection window and that's your blue selection window. Now, so far I click and I leave the mouse button go, and then this makes a rectangle. But you can also draw the selection. So if I click and keep the mouse button down, you'll see I can draw the selection like that. Okay? Now, if I click and don't let the mouse button go, hold it, and then you can see you can draw the selection the way you like. So that's another way of making the selection in AutoCAD. Now, this is going to be very useful if you follow along so far, because moving around in AutoCAD very, very quickly is the key to work in AutoCAD fast. And if you're fast in AutoCAD, that means you are making more projects, more productivity. You will save a lot of time. So I recommend you have the mouse with the mouse wheel, and then you have an ability to just put one hand on your keyboard and then trigger the commands with your keyboard. For example, it will be a lot quicker to press L and spacebar to start the line command, then taking your mouse cursor to the line and then clicking on it. Let's delete all of the objects which we just created. I'm going to actually click here and then just make a green window. Well, that's not a good idea because that will delete or it will select the rectangle as well. I'll click here and then make the blue window, which in this case will only select the lines, and I'll press delete to delete those. I've missed those two, so I'll just make another blue window, press delete key to get rid of them. And before we go any further, let me show you some of the ribbon features. So if you look at, we are at the home tab. The ribbon has the tabs. It has the command distributed into different tabs in ribbon. So you go insert, you have the commands related to insert, annotation, parametric, fill, manage, output. So all of these commands, we'll slowly start learning what are these commands. But let's go back to home, and what we need is everything available here. Now let's quickly zoom out a little bit, and then I will start using some other command. So far you've seen line and you have seen the circle. Let's take a look at circle again. I will start the circle with a 3-point circle. For example, if you want to draw a circle from this line to this line or within the rectangle, how do you do that? Well, you can draw with the 2-point circle. So I will click on this 2P, and then I will select the first point. To say I want to select this line, but I'm not able to do that. Why is that? But if I hope you see the green, it kind of like appears, that means if I take my cursor closer to this corner, it would actually try to snap. Why it only try to select the corners? Well, this is called object snapping. If you click here, you will see now if I start the circle command, I'm not able to even snap to the corner of this rectangle because the object snapping is triggered from this button. So say snap cursor to the 2D reference point. I'll trigger this on, and now I can select and make a circle from there. Well, I'm going to select the circle again and then select the 2P, and then I'm going to go and click on this little arrow, and I'm going to check this midpoint. Now, if I take my cursor to the midpoint, you'll see it is now trying to snap to the midpoint, and I go down and I select another midpoint, and now my circle is exactly touching the rectangle lines. I'll select the circle and press delete. Now, I've shown you the 2-point option in the command palette. Well, if you click on this little arrow here, you will see you have a different types of circles that you can start. So, for example, you want to have a 3-point circle. For example, click on 3-point circle. Now, I will start my circle from this center, and then I'll start from here, and I'll take the circle to this point here. So now this is a 3-point circle. If you click on 2-point again, I select a 2-point circle. You can click on the middle and then select that, and that's your 2-point circle. Once you select the circle, you'll see by default it is selecting the 2-point circle because that was the last option that you selected from the circle. If you want to select like other types, you have to click an arrow button and then make sure you have the center radius circle. That was the default one. Now you can go ahead and then start the circle command automatically, but what I like to do is, for example, I want to draw a circle. Let me just select both, press delete. Now if I want to draw a circle with 2 points, I'll press C. That will bring in the circle command. Press enter, and then instead of clicking, I'll simply say 2P. That means it is going to select the 2P option now. It is asking me to select the first endpoint of the circle diameter. I will select this one, and it's asking me to second endpoint and then select the second endpoint. There you go. So press C, enter, and if you want to have this circle of 3P or 2-point or tangent, you select the option by pressing the text or a keyword which is in a blue color. Okay, so that's our circle. We have different types of circle. You can try those once we do the projects, then we will go through this. Again, if you look at arc command, I can select the arc command and I can just draw an arc. Click here in the middle and I click here. That's your arc. So this is all geometrical shapes. I don't want to show you what is the arc. So if you hover over, the AutoCAD will actually teach you what is the arc. Arc is like a 3-point arc. Let's delete this. We click on this little arrow and you see you have a different types of arcs available. For example, start, center, end. So starting from here, center here, and then end. There you go. That's your arc. You go back and select the 3-point. You know, Again, if you select the arc, you get to see different options. So you have an option for a center or different options that, let's select this. Then you have E for end, then you select the end, and then you take your cursor and you see you can draw different types of arc. That's your arc command. Let's take a look at the rectangle. Rectangle icon is a little smaller, but that's fine. That's what the AutoCAD chooses. So I'll select the rectangle command. Now you have some options in the rectangle command as well. I click and then I can press add somewhere else as well, or give it a value. Press enter, and now you see that's our rectangle. It's a pretty long rectangle because there was something random value that I typed in. I select it and delete that again. Press Z and press E again. Press enter. That will zoom extend quickly. So that's your rectangle command. But if you click on this little arrow, you have options to draw a polygon or rectangle. So polygon is pretty much 4 sides as if this, but you can change that. So if I click on it, click and then just say inbound or circumcised, I'll select the inscribed circle and you see there's a polygon getting created for you. But that's just 4 sides. I'll delete this. I'll select polygon again, and this time before I click, I'll give it a, let's say 12 sides, and press 12 and press enter. And I click and I select the inscribed circle, and then you'll see you have the 12 sides of polygon. Let's press spacebar again to repeat the last command, which in this case is a polygon, and I'll change that sides to, let's say 7. Enter, click, and then you see now you have a polygon of 7 sides. That's your rectangle and polygon. We have this circle command, which we already seen. You can create a circle if you want to, but this is actually not a circle. If you hover over, this is actually an ellipse. So you create an ellipse using a specified center point. If you click on this little arrow, you see you have a different options to create an ellipse there as well. The last command we will look at right now is the hatch command. So you click on the hatch and then you select an object that is fully covered and you can draw a hatch. Let's say if I select this one, you have this hatch and I can actually make the size bigger and smaller. Let's say angle differently, or you have a size differently. But that's again, that's a lot of stuff here. We're not going to focus on this for now, but let's keep it basic. If you click on this little arrow on a draw, you have other options to draw. For example, this one is called a donut. You click here, click, and then press enter, and that's your donut. So now I can create a donut here, donut in the middle, donut here, and then press enter to finish the command. You have other commands like, spline CD, or spline fit, or region, or multi-point. So there's a lot of commands. We will get to use this command. All you need to know so far how to use this command. Select the command, click, follow the description what the command palette giving you, and then just follow that and make your, what is this command actually? Let me just hover over and the AutoCAD will tell us what is it. This is a helix. It creates a 2D spiral or 3D spiral, okay? Now the last command I want to show you is my favorite command, which is polyline command, and why it is different than line command. So if I click on line command, I can click here and I can continue draw the line, okay? Press Enter or spacebar to finish the command. Now I'll select the polyline command and I'll try to draw something similar. As you can see, it is drawing similar. So one of them is polyline and the other one is a line. So if I take my cursor closer to this part, you will see it will highlight just this particular line, not the whole object. So if I click on it, it will only select this line. Click on this part, you have this line. Click here or select this with the green selection. You see you have to select separate pieces of this object. Well, this is not an object because if it becomes an object, that will select the whole thing. Polyline, in other hand, is a different type of object. So when you draw that and you continuously draw it, it makes it one object. So if I click here, you see it selects the whole line. If I click here, it selects the whole line. Click here, it selects the whole line. It also has some other features, like if I select here, you see select this one again, you see the difference between these two. Here we have a rectangle vertex, and we have a kind of like a shrink rectangle circle. So if I click here, I can now move this object because this is a separate object. But if I click here, it's gonna ask me, it is going to move the other parts of the object as well, like that. So if I click or not click or hover over, you have an option to actually convert to an arc. So once you do that, you can convert this part of the polyline to an arc. You click and then you say convert to it. Within the polyline, let's say you want to add another vertex, for example, here. I will hover over this part and say add vertex, and we will go and click it here, and that makes it another vertex here. And then I can just make this, let's say, here. Okay, and then we have another vertex, and then I can move it from here, or I can hover over and then convert this to an arc. So you see, polyline is a nested object, which is like one object. A line is like a species of separate object. That's the difference between polyline. And in 3D, we have to use polyline all the time. I'm going to click on this little arrow, and I'll show you one more command, which is this construction line. Basically, this line is a line of infinity length. This is very useful when you are going to, have that line which is extended throughout your drawing. So we pretty much covered most of the useful commands. So far we need to build a 2D plan. But before we can do that, I would like to show you some of the commands in a modified panel. In the modified panel, there are commands like move, copy, stretch, scale, mirror, rotate, trim, fillet, array, erase, explode, and offset. These commands are very, very important, and 80% or let's say 90% when you're going to be working in AutoCAD, you're going to need these commands. All of these commands can be triggered by keyboard, so I would highly recommend that you start memorizing these commands or make your muscle memory to remember how you trigger this command. So for example, if I want to move any object, I can select this line, I can select its vertex, and when I select the corner vertex, you can see it is not moving the whole object. So what I need to do is to be able to move this whole object, select this line, and select the middle vertex, and now I can move the whole object. You see, every vertex has its own play. Now let's just say I want to move this object. I'll select this, and it's very hard to actually take your cursor and make sure that, you click on this vertex and to move. For example, I want to now bring back this line of this vertex exactly to this corner of this line. The way I can do that is by using the move command. First, I will trigger the command by clicking on the move command, and then I'll show you how you can trigger that in object. Now, it is asking me to select objects. Select objects means multiple objects. You can select as many objects you want within this. So I will select this with the green line, and I can select this line, select this line, this line, this line, or this object. And, if I now will trigger the move command, it will move all of these objects. But what we want to do is we want to move this line from this point to this point. The way we do that is by selecting the move command, selecting the object, and then one time press enter. And then it is asking me to select the base point. Instead of giving it a value, which I could start from 0, 0, which is like, the starting point of X and Y. But I can go ahead and then hover my cursor here. The object snapping triggers in, click, and then I move my cursor closer to this point. When I take it closer, you will see another green rectangle or, object snap functionality of AutoCAD triggers. I click, and you see now it is aligned or attached to that line. Now, this is the move command, but let's take a look at object snap again. So I click on this arrow button. You see I can mark check for each of these options. For example, if I don't want to select the object snap before midpoint, I uncheck these center, endpoint, intersection, extension. So these are all engineering terms. This course is not for teaching you engineering, what is intersection or perpendicular or tangent. You should already know all this. So what I'll do, I'll just bring back my favorite snaps, which is endpoint, midpoint, center, intersection, and perpendicular. And then I will also enable nearest. Okay, you can always enable or disable this. We also have options to go into details by clicking Object Snap Setting. You see, this is like, if you have any experience with the older version of AutoCAD, you should remember this was a dialog where you enable and disable all of these object snaps. Let's close this. Now let's try move command one more time. So let's just say I want to move this object to this point. So I'll select the move command again, but let's just say I'll press M on a keyboard, and the first option that it is telling me to select is the move command. I can press enter again, and that's the move command that is currently active. I'll select both of these lines, and now if I want to attach this point to this point, well, I cannot do that. If I try to click the base point here, now you see my base point is that point, and if I select this end point now, the actual goal for us to attaching this line is not there. So what I need to do is deselect this, select the move command, press M and press enter, select your object, and make sure you select the base point according to your goal, because that's very, very important. Select and then click onto the next point, and then you'll be able to attach this. So move command is very important. I usually trigger it very quickly by pressing M and space bar, so quick. Or if I have used the move command previously, I'll just press space bar. It will trigger the previous command for me. That's your move command. Let's continue with the modify commands. Let's just say if you want to copy an object. Let's say I want to copy this object and attach it here. I can use the copy command. Same way you use the move command, you just select it, press spacebar, select your base point, for example, here, and I will just, click here. And copy command is pretty good. For example, if you want to copy this to multiple points from the same base point, you can actually go ahead and click, click in the middle, click on the corner. So copy command, you can keep copying 10 times, 100 times, and 1,000,000 times if you dare so. That's your copy command. Just click on it, select your object, press spacebar, select the base point, and then just click, and you'll copy that. Now, another way to copy it is if I select this and I press Ctrl C and V, you'll see again it actually started the copy command, but this is not actually a copy command. If you focus here in a command, this is called paste clip. This is not the AutoCAD copy command, and you probably won't need this. So you can trigger the copy command, internal command of AutoCAD, by pressing CO, and that will be your shortcut key for a copy command. Press enter, select your object, select the base point, and copy. Okay? Using this command C and V is not gonna help you. Okay? That's really a Windows or a Mac thing. That you shouldn't be using in AutoCAD. Now, let's take a look at the rotate command. Click on the rotate command, and let's say I want to rotate this object. I will select this line. Once I finish with the selection, so all of these modify commands allows you to select multiple objects. So depending on your use case, you either select one object or multiple objects. It's totally up to you. I press spacebar. Now it's asking me to select a base point. So let's say if I select in the middle, and I can just move the circle, and now you can see it is rotating. But rotate command is pretty amazing. You can actually pass an angle. So let's say if I press 90-degree angle, this will rotate it to 90 degree. And this is not a 90-degree angle, because we actually had that line not aligned with the, coordinate system. So let's say if I draw a line properly on x-axis, let's click on line and draw this line. Now if I select the rotate command and I select this object, press spacebar, and I select this corner, and now I can actually see the angle that AutoCAD will tell us. Basically it's saying polar 90-degree angle, or I go here and then 180 degree, 270, and then now I'm gonna press 90, enter, and now you see it rotated 90-degree angle. I press U and enter to undo. Let's select the rotate command again and select this object, press spacebar, select the same base point, and this time I'm going to give it a 45 degree. And now you see this is a 45 degree. So depending on the rotation or position of your object, it will add the angle. So you have to make sure that you know the angle exactly, and then you just move around with the rotate command. One more thing in the rotate command that we had, if I click on rotate command, select this, press spacebar, and select the base point. Now you see it is actually trying to snap according to the polar. Well, we had the object snapping, but what is the polar? Well, polar is the set of angles that you can tell AutoCAD to watch for. So it is now watching for your 90-degree angles. So if you click here, and now if I go ahead and then press R, that's your rotate command shortcut key, select an object, and now you will see it is actually not aligning with any of the angle. Okay, that's not the polar anymore. Okay, because we turn off the polar by checking this. So if I click here, and first of all, let me just go ahead and then change the object snapping. So I'll go here, and I want to uncheck, uncheck, uncheck. I just want to keep center, endpoint, and midpoint for now. And I press enter, select an object, select this, and now you see it is not going to give you an exact polar angle. Well, it is because we enabled it again. So let's disable it, and then enter, select, and then you see it's not giving you exact angle. So what's happening here? Well, if you click on this little arrow here, you have an options to enable polar tracking for various angles. For example, 30, 60, 90, 120, or 90, 180, 270, 360. If you click on tracking setting, you get to see this window here, and then here you can see the increment angle, or you can add additional angles you want for polar tracking. And the shortcut key for that is F10. I click on cancel, and I click on polar tracking again, and this time I will select this 15, 30, 45, 60. And now if I draw another line, let's draw a line on x-axis, and then press RO to trigger the rotate command. Select it, select the space one, and now if you look at it, is now object polar tracking is triggering. So every, I think it's 5 or whatever the angle that we use, it is trying to snap to that. You see that? It is trying to snap to that. Let's change this to, let's say, 45, 90, 135. Now, if I go move my cursor like that, it is not snapping. But if I take my cursor closer to 45 degree, it will snap to exactly 45 degree, and then 90, and then 135, and then 180, and then 225, and 270. If I go and change the polar to, let's say, 18, 36, 54, let's select that, and now it's, snapping according to what we selected. Okay, that's your polar tracking. This is the rotate command. Now let's take a look at the stretch command. The stretch command, let me just hover over and show you what AutoCAD is telling us. So it stretches an object crossed by the selection window or a polygon. So let's say if I draw a rectangle, I'll press REC, or rectangle command, and I will just draw a rectangle like that. And then I will draw a line like that. Let's say I want to stretch this rectangle to this line. I can use the stretch command. Now it's the same, it's asking me to select objects. I'll select just this object, press spacebar. It's asking me to select the base point. I'll select this base point, and now you can see it is actually stretching the rectangle. Instead of just moving this object, it is actually stretching from the base point. I can just take my cursor and then just click here, and that will make it stretch. Stretch command requires some experience, and it is very, very useful, but you need to understand some of the things that will come by experience only. For example, it says objects that are partially enclosed by a crossing window or stretching. Objects that are completely enclosed within the crossing window or that are selected individually or moved rather than stretched. Some types of objects such as circle, ellipses, and blocks cannot be stretched. So it's a very good idea to actually hover over your command and then read what AutoCAD is telling you. Now let's take a look at the mirror command very easily. We will enable our snapping to the endpoint. Now I will go ahead and select the mirror command. Mirror command is something like, you look at the mirror and you see your reflection mirrored. Same way, if you want to copy something according to the mirror. So let me just remove this line. And then to give the example for mirror, I'll select this arc and I'll draw a random arc from here like that. Okay, let's say I want to mirror this arc to the right here. I'll select the mirror command. I can select the multiple objects, but in this case, we only want to select one arc. Press spacebar or enter, and it says specify the first point of your mirror line. Now I want to find a point which is like center where I want to mirror. So for example, if I want to attach or mirror to this point, I'll have to find the center. So I'll take my cursor and then click in the middle, and I take my cursor to 90-degree angle and click and then say yes, and you see that it's been mirrored. Now let's mirror back to this point. I'll select the mirror command again, select this object, press spacebar, and select the mirror line to be this. Take your cursor above and then press spacebar again and click. Now it's asking you if you want to delete the source object. Well, by default value is no, which you can see every time you see a command palette, you see options, and you also see the default value which is mentioned after the options. So I want to just press enter or spacebar to say no, which means the mirror object will be created, but the source object that was used to create a mirror is not going to get removed or deleted. So that's your mirror command. Mirror command is very simple. You need some experience or practice how you can utilize this. Now let's go to scale. Scale is something really complex in AutoCAD because scale command can differ from depending on your drawing setting. So before we go to scale command, I'll take you and show you some of the options in AutoCAD. So if you click on this button, you can click on this drawing utility or arrow, and then here you have drawing properties. Click on drawing properties, and then you can see all the information about what this drawing is and all the information that you want to know about your drawing. Cancel, go back, click on drawing utilities, and this time we will click on units. Click on units, and here you can specify the drawing units. So right now it is decimal, but I can always go to architectural if you're building like architecture. I use AutoCAD for architectural stuff, and then you have the precision to be set to whatever you like. This is all math and engineering terms, so make sure you know already. And then insertion scale, unit to scale inserted content. This is where everything comes in. So I will make it inches, okay, and then click OK. Now our drawing units are set to architectural, which is feet and inches, and precision, whatever we selected, and the scale is inches. Now if I press L, draw a line, you will notice that it is giving me a suggestion, specify the first point, but now the units are having this 4:-2 1/4. So the first value with the colon will always act as a feet, and then with double quotes will act as inches. So for example, if I say 4 feet, which is single quote, and then say enter, and now I will draw a 4 feet line from wherever randomly it selects. Okay, I'm going to click on AutoCAD icon, go to drawing utilities. We have some more options where we can see the drawing statistics and modes by clicking on the status. So all the actions you have performed in your drawing are basically tracked or logged here. You can take a look at those actions if you want to. Sometimes you've done something in your drawing and you don't know what you did. So you can always look at what's happening in your drawing from the start. This is really, really good. We have some more drawing utilities. For example, purging. Purging is something that I cannot show you, but I'll just explain right now. We'll come back to the purge command later, but this is basically going to help you to clean up your drawing. Whatever is not visible will be purged. So, for example, you have an object. Let's just say the rectangle. We can select. Let me just zoom into the rectangle, and let's see this object. Okay, we select this, and all the way to the bottom right corner, you have this option. Click on it, and it gives you two options: hide object, isolate object. So let's say if I click on hide object, those objects are actually hidden but not removed. They're still part of the drawing. If I click again here and I say end object isolation, click and that object will come back. Now if I just make this go away by using the isolate object, well, this actually did the opposite. What it did is like it hide all the objects except the one that you selected. That is the isolation, and click on object isolation, everything will come back. We have changed our drawing units to architectural, and this is like feet and inches. I'm going to actually type that in for you. We have this text command. It says two types of text, single line and a multi-line text. I'll use a single line text and I'll make the size to be, let's say, this big. Okay, and now I will press 4 single colon. Whoops, that's actually gone way bigger. But anyway, so this single code, it actually tells AutoCAD I'm trying to make a 4 feet. Then if you press space and then say 5 double quotes, and double quotes are act as value for inches. So single quote is a value for feet and then double quotes for inches. Remember that because you've changed your drawing units. Let's move back to the modify panel. I will draw a rectangle by pressing RC and enter. I'll just create a small rectangle. A scale command is a bit complex. You will need some practice, but I'll select the scale command and I'll select this object. Press spacebar and I want to select the base point to be this point. And now it is asking me specify the scale factor. Now let's just say if I type 2 and press enter, this will actually make it twice as big. Okay, that's your scale factor. Press U, undo, undo, and then use the scale command again. And SC is a shortcut key for that. Select this object, select the base point, and now I'm going to actually give it a value of, let's say, 0.5. That'll make it smaller, like, 0.5. That's your scale factor, but the scale factor changes depending on your drawing units and stuff. We'll talk about that later. And next, we're going to go to trim and extend command. So you can look at this little arrow here. We have a trim command and an extend command. Now let's just say I will draw a line which touches the two objects. So let's say the line is touching here to the rectangle and in here. I'll use the trim command, and now it has a lot of options, but first of all, let's just not worry about that. Let's press enter again. Okay, and I will click here. You will see this part of that line which was inside two objects, a touch point. It will actually remove those. Let me read the exact description by hovering the AutoCAD trims command. So it says, trim objects to meet the edges of other objects. To trim objects, select the objects to be trimmed individually. Press and drag to start freehand selection of the part. So let me just press U and enter. Now let's just say you want to remove this part. Select the trim command and press enter again, and then click here to remove it. Okay, and I click here to remove this part. Now if I click here, it will just remove the whole object. Now this was actually automatic way of trimming. Let me just go ahead and then draw more lines. Let's say draw this line, draw this line, draw this line again, couple more lines. Okay, and then draw one line here. Let's just say you want to delete the line or trim the line from this point onwards. You select the trim command, and it is going to ask you to select the cutting edges. So what is going to be your knife or a blade? Let me say this is going to be our cutting edges. Okay, let's select cutting edges, and now I will select this line. Now this becomes our cutting edges. Now if I go click here this line, and you see that it will actually trimming from this point all the way. It is not caring about all the other objects that are intersecting that line. It's just gonna clean everything. But if I go to the left, it's gonna just delete everything from the left, because this blue line, which is highlighted in a blue color, has become our cutting edge. Okay, let me just click here to trim that line from there. Now let's just undo. Now if I press the trim command again, I'll press spacebar again to just not select the cutting edges, but I'll just go hover over, click, and click, and then I click. So every 2 points that it knows that it is touching, it's gonna remove that line. Okay, and even it removes if you have one object like touching that as well. Let's undo. Now let's select the trim command again. Now we have this crossing mode. So crossing mode, select the first corner. Let's say I select this corner, and then second corner, and a third corner. Okay, so the crossing mode is like a default mode. Okay, you just select whatever you want to select, and you can just trim whatever you like. Okay, so if I select this, it will just draw a line. Because it's a crossing mode, it will just trim everything. Okay, now instead of making a selection, it is doing a crossing. So let's use the trim command again, and then use the select, and that automatically makes it a crossing mode, which is very, very useful. Try other options as well, but I will come back to that later. Now let's just say you want to extend instead of trim. I'll press U to undo. Now let me just make a little smaller line here. Okay, let's zoom in. Now I'm gonna go click on this arrow and select the extend. So let's read what extend. So it extends the object to meet the edges of the other objects. Extend object, select object to be extended individually, press and drag to the start freehand option. Okay, click, and then you will see if I hover over, it automatically knows that I'm trying to extend. So click again, and then click again. But now let's just say I will press U. I want to just extend all the way to this line. Okay, what I'll do, I'll just select the extend, and I say border edges. So I'll select the border edges, and I select this as the border edges, and then I will press enter. And now if I hover over my cursor to this line, you see it is not caring about any of the lines in the middle, but just all the way going to the extend to the border edges. That's your trim and extend command. Now I kind of feel like our cursor is too small to see. I will show you how you can make it bigger. So let's go into the AutoCAD, and I click on options. In options, you will go to your drafting, and then you have this auto snap marker size. I'll make it this one a little bigger, aperture size to make it a little bigger as well. And then in the selection mode, I will make this part to be a little bigger as well, and I'll make the grip size to be a little bigger as well. I click on apply and click OK, and now you see our crosshair or cursor is much bigger, and it's easier for you to see. So if I click on move, now our select object rectangle kind of icon is bigger as well. Let's take a look at the fillet command, which is my most used and most favorite command in AutoCAD. Now I'm gonna hover over to read. So what it says, it rounds and fillets the edges of the objects. So in this example, if you have two lines that are not touching each other and you want to touch them or round them or fillet them, you can use the fillet command. This is very, very useful. A lot of times you're gonna have to use this command. So I'll press L to start a line command, and I press L to start a line command again. Now, let's just say I wanna go find an I want to find an intersection point and then combine them together. What I'll have to do is I'll just click and then use this vertex to put it, move it down, and then select here and then select this vertex. So click here. Then I will use the trim command to actually trim this part and then this part. And this is how you combine. But that was a lot of work. I had to just, select the vertices and extend those and use the trim command. Let's undo. Okay, undo one more time, undo one more time. Now all of that, it can be done by fillet command. So if I click on the fillet command and I can select this object and I'll take my cursor to the next object, you see it automatically finding the intersection point and then just, making or extending both of the object until they get intersected. So that's your fillet command. Fillet command has some more useful options. If I select the fillet command, you see to have an option to radius, polyline, or undo. So I'll choose the radius and I'll give it, let's say 1 feet radius, enter, and I select this line, and then you see it's saying the radius is too large. So we'll use the fillet command by pressing F and enter, press R to select the radius, and I'll just say 1, enter. And now if I select this and I select this, it says radius is again too large. So what I'll do, I'll just draw a line to, let's say, 4 feet, which is quite large line, okay? And then I'll draw another line here, which is again 4 feet, okay? And I will just move this a little bit up, okay? Now I've used the fillet command, and then I will use the radius to, let's say, 2 feet, enter, and I select this line, and now if I take my cursor to this, you see it is finding the intersection point, but it is applying that 2 feet radius for that as well. You see, this becomes an arc, this becomes an object, this becomes an object. So you have the radius. Now if I undo this and I use the fillet command by pressing F and spacebar, select this and then select this, it is actually going to apply the radius again. But this time the radius was different. So you always make sure when you fill it, you always make sure if you press this and then this, you always can check R, enter, and you can see what would be the radius. Radius is like 1 inch right now, but what I'll do is 0 radius, enter. And now if I select this object, this is not going to have any kind of radius. Now it's like, straight to the point. Let's take a look at another command of under the fillet section, which is a chamfer. So fillet command actually joins 2 points, finding the intersection, also provides an ability to add a radius. But what about the chamfer? So if I just click on this little arrow, click on chamfer command, and if I click here and I click here, you see that it is doing the same thing. It is joining 2 lines. Well, what's going on here? Well, chamfer and fillet has one difference. If you notice the icon of the fillet command, fillet is like allows you to add a radius, and chamfer allows you to add the straight line. So basically it says the distances and angles that you specify are applied in the order that you select the object. So let's press U, enter, to undo, and we'll select the chamfer command. Once I select the chamfer command, I have an option to apply the distance. So I click on a distance and I say, let's just make 1 feet. Enter, and then specify the second. The default value is coming up as 1 feet, which is okay. Let's press enter that as well. Let's click here and I click here. And now it joined the 2 lines following the intersection point, but instead of a round or like fillet, it actually added this straight line. So undo that. Now let's select the chamfer command again, and then we select, and then we select the second point. Well, chamfer and fillet only is different is the other fillet is the radius and chamfer is like the straight line. And you take a look at one more option, which is the angle. So let's say I will click on a distance first, and I'll just 1 feet and 1 feet. And then in terms of angle, I'm going to give it, let's just say 30-degree angle, enter. Now when I select the chamfer edge and then select this, you'll see that this is actually going to allow us to add with the angle now with 30 degrees centigrade. Okay, next command we're going to look at is an array command. Array has different variants. Basically, if you know any programming language or just in a math, array is basically a distributes object copies into a combination of rows and columns and levels, creates an array of rows and columns of copies of the selected object. So let's just say, let's delete everything. Let me just press Z and then A for all. And then I will select everything here and press delete. Now, let's start by creating a rectangle. Let's just say I'll use this rectangle command and let's create a rectangle. Let's say you want to make a copy of this 10 times. You could actually go ahead and copy this. Let's say select this point, 1, 2, 3. And that'll take some time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an array command to make copies of this. So I'll use the array command, which is by default the first one, a rectangular array. I'll select an object and press enter. And now you'll see by default, it is giving me this array. The good thing about the latest version of AutoCAD, it has a lot of visuals, vertices, or you can call them whatever you like. I don't like to call them vertices, but pivot points maybe. We just zoom out. You will see that if I click and drag, it's gonna keep adding rows. If I click on this pivot point, it's gonna keep adding columns. And instead of just doing this here, every time you select the command, AutoCAD opens another tab in Ribbon, which is specific to that particular command. For example, array is a big command, so it has a lot of options. That's why it has a separate tab. If you look at rectangle, arc, or line, they don't have a separate tab. So in this case, what I'll do, I'll just say, give me 1 column. Actually, let's make 10 column, and then we just make 1 row, and level is 1, and the distance between currently in terms of columns, we have a distance of this. So let's just say 1 feet distance between columns. Row, we only have 1, so it doesn't matter. If I make 2 rows, you'll see now it's 7 inches, but I will make it 1 feet as well. Okay, or you could actually say 2 inches, enter. Okay, but because the select base point wasn't correct, that's why it's giving you 2 inches, because the width of itself is like more than that. So we just give it 6 inches. Let's see. Okay, that's better. You see that it gives you a total, and then the total of rows, and in levels it comes into 3D. We don't have to worry about them now. If you are saying, let's say I want to change this to 2 inches. Now the problem with that is we have the base point that was selected from here, but I'll click on this base point and I will select the base point, this, and then make it a little bit, let's just say zoom out, and that's the base point now. So you see that the rows have a total because I use this pivot point. So what I can do is go back and undo. If you press U, it will move it back, but because you have an active command, you cannot do that. So the best way to revert is by just using 1 row. Let's say 2 rows. Okay. Now that's your array. it in a nutshell, but we will use array when we start the project. Let's click on close array. Now you see you have copies of these rectangles. Let's press escape to exit out. That's a simple rectangular array. Now let me just go ahead and then delete everything. Now we will create a polyline. I'll create a polyline and I press A for arc within the polyline, and let's use A and make a little bit of like a curve, things like that. Maybe this one, and press L for line, and now you're back to line and polyline is still active. Now what I'm going to do is create a circle. Let's just say this circle here. Now if I want to create a copy of the circle along with this path, I can actually use this path array. Let's click on path array. The first thing, it's going to ask me to select objects. So I can just select one object, press enter, and then it says press select the path. I'll select this path, and now you can see that all of these circles are basically created along the path. This command is very, very useful in a 3D world. Now you have the same options here, like you have items that you want to allow it to create. You have a row, let's say one row, we can create 3 rows, okay? Or you want to do just 1 row for now. And I just move back to 1 row, and we have a spacing. So another thing is like you can actually add a space between column to see, let's say 2 feet, and now you have 2 feet spacing between each circle that is getting drawn. You have some other options like tangent directions or measure. We will take a look at those in detail when we use these commands in, in a real world project, not just like this. It's not gonna really make any difference for you. Yeah, well, that's about it for this array. Let's close this, and I'm gonna just do undo. Now sometimes you want to create a copies around a center point. That's very easy as well. So if I draw a circle here, okay, and I draw a little smaller circle like that, okay, now let's go back and then use a polar array. Let's select this object, and for a center point, I draw this circle so I could get the center part of this. I click this, and now you can see we have items. I'm going to just say 10 items, and spacing between, let's say 20, or this is not like the spacing, that's actually between is like angle. And then your fill parts, angle starts with 20 and fill to 100. So that's something that you need practice of, but you'll get there. So that's again a polar array. Play with these options, and then you get to know what exactly these options can do for you. I'll just close that. So we've covered all types of array. They're very useful in 3D world. Now, 2 more commands I want to show you before we wrap up this section and we actually start a project. So in terms of erasing objects, so what we've been doing throughout this course so far is like select an object and press the delete key. Well, that does the job, but AutoCAD has its own erase command that you can use to delete objects. So if I click on this, it removes object from drawing. So let's click on it, and let's select object. It is actually not going to erase at once, but it allows you to select multiple objects, and you can actually press enter after that. Now let's just say I've selected all the objects, and I can see what it's going to delete. But before I press enter, what I can do is hold the shift key down and select some object, so they will not be deleted when I press enter on this command. So erase is triggered by using ink on a keyboard and press enter. It says select object to erase. Okay, so that's erase command. Play with it. It's the best way to delete objects from your drawing. Now another stuff Another command that we're going to look at is this explode command. So for example, you have this array. Once I select that array, because it's an array object, that panel come back again for this polar array, I'm going to actually say 0. Okay, what is it? Let's say 10. No, we can say 360. So 360, like 36, is going to be like a full circle. And I'm going to increment by the 20. Okay, and I'll press close array. Now when I select one circle, it's again, you know, an array, and that brings up this panel. And I don't want that. I want to convert this into a separate circles. So the best command to do that, or maybe the only command, is called explode. So what it says is it breaks the compound object into its own compound object. So let's say this is an array. If I click on explode and select this array and press enter, now it has exploded all of this circle into a separate object. There we go. See, explode command is very useful when it comes to polyline as well. So if I draw a polyline, to start the polyline, you can use PL and press enter. And I'm going to draw some weird polyline here and press enter. Now this is one component object, but if I select the explode command and select this polyline and press enter, you will see it has converted that polyline into separate objects, which in this case is a type of line. So that's what the explode command does. Now let's say I will create a simple room, and I'll show you one of the most used command in AutoCAD. So let me go to zoom extend, and we will start a rectangle command, REC, enter, and I'm gonna start the rectangle command from 0, 0, and I press enter. This is gonna start the command, and I'm gonna create a simple room, right? So what we will do is, let's say, specify the second point. I will make a room of, let's say, 15 feet. Enter, and that's your room. The inner width or inner dimension is like 15 feet. Now let's just say I want to create another rectangle which will make it look like it's a wall. What I can do is, or I can go ahead and then say, let's create another rectangle, and I will hold my mouse here and move it a little bit to, let's say 9 inches. Okay, and then start a rectangle like that. But this is really hard to match the sizing. What you can do is use this offset command. So basically it creates a concentric circle, parallel lines, and parallel curves. And you can offset an object at specified distance as well. So I'll select this offset command, and now it says specify your offset distance. I'll say 9 inch, enter, and I will select this. And I want to take my cursor outside. You see it is drawing a rectangle outside with 9 inches, or inside with 9 inches. I'll just create a rectangle outside. Now this is again going in a negative, so I'll use the move command, select this, and then select this as a base point and put it on 0, 0. Okay, that was like a, the y-axis and x-axis itself is like a coordinate system that we can leverage later, but I'm just gonna say move it here, then I say 0, 0 instead of moving the mouse, and now that line exactly on that our origin. Now what I'm gonna do to create a door, I will first of all right click. Let me just right click. It's not gonna let me right click because the problem is we are selecting the line, but I'm going to right click on X and Y, and I get this properties, and I'm going to actually I can't get the properties here, but I'll check that later. But let's undo. Now this is the inner rectangle. What I'm gonna do is first explode this, enter, so they now become a separate lines. That is offset by, let's say, 9 inch, and I'm gonna make one line here, and then I'm gonna offset again, but I'll have to exit, enter, and you see the default value is the value that you used previously. So I'll use like 3.6 single code, enter, and then I'm creating an offset here. Now to be able to extend these two lines down so we could trim the inner part, I could actually select this and move it down, but I need to enable a object snapping called parallel. So we go to the object snapping, which is going to be here, and we're going to use this perpendicular. Select, and then we go all the way straight, all the way down. And now I'm going to use the trim command and press enter one more time so I don't have to really select the blade. Okay, so that's the opening space for your door. Now, given that how the world, make the door representation in a plan or window representation in a plan, I have this sample that I downloaded from internet, and this is exactly we're gonna be building in the next section of this course. So this is how they make door. Let me zoom in, and you'll see they cut the space here and they make the door like that. Okay, different countries, different places have a different way of adding doors and stuff, but we will follow this convention because this is the plan that we're going to be building for as our 2D project. Now let's go back to AutoCAD, and what I will use here is polyline. Select the polyline command, and I will start from here. As you see that object snapping is enabled, and I can select the midpoint. So I can select here, and I move my cursor up, and I'm not gonna click because I know exactly what was the width of the door that I cut. So I'll just use 3.6 feet. I press enter because my cursor was following the polar tracking. That's why I was able to do that. Then here we just give it, let's say, 0.5 inches, enter, and we come down. And now what I'm going to do is try to match this line without actually specifying the value. So if you hover your cursor for a second and then you go to the right, it is going to find an intersection, click, and then click, and then press enter. Okay, now that's your the space for your door. Now we're going to create an arc, so I'll use the arc, and here I will click on this arc and this arc, and I'll just go ahead and just arc. And there is a problem here because the arc is a little weird. So what I'm going to do is use the trim command and then get rid of this bit here. Actually, it's not because it was not touching. So we just undo. And what I'm going to do is now select this vertex point and then put it here. Okay. So that is our first room with the door. And let's create a window. And just a rough window of 4 feet. So what I'll do is just draw a line here and roll it down. And then I'll use the offset command to, let's say, exactly 5 feet. So I'll do 2.5 feet each side, enter. Just move and right. And let's take a look at the plan that we had out there making the window. So basically they make a window like this, but depending on your country or whatever it is, you can just change it. So what I'll do now is get rid of this line and then trim this line there as well. And then I will just roughly create a line here. Okay. And I know exactly the width of this wall is 9 inches, so I'll just click, select here, and then I want to move this to, let's say, 2 inches. There you go. Okay. And a line in the middle. Okay, so that's our first window according to the convention in the plan. Okay. There are some lines that bold and stuff. We worry about them later. So that's our first little project with creating a room and a window and a door. Okay, in the next section, let's start with the bigger project. In this section of the course, we will be building a 2D project. Let me show you what we'll be building. So this is going to be our project for this section of the course. Here you'll see we got 1 bedroom, a living area, a closet, a bath, and a kitchen, and a study. So in terms of dimensions that you see here, like 11 feet, 8 inch, or 11 feet, we will not be following the exact dimension because it's really up to you and up to your creativity when it comes to giving the dimensions for your plan. But the goal is to utilize all the commands that we learned to build this. So I will be referring this time to time. So first of all, we are going to learn how to start this project. For example, you have a rough sketch on the paper and you want to convert that into AutoCAD. The way you start it is from one corner. You should always start from the bottom left corner. I'm going to go to AutoCAD and we will create a new project file. Click on close and we click on new. And let's do some settings for this. First of all, we're going to go to drawing utilities and then click on units. Let's change our length type to architecture. Precision, I'll leave that as a default. And insertion scale to, let's say, inches. And I click OK. There are some more settings we could do, but first, let me show you one more mode that you see these grid lines here. Basically, all of these grid lines can be toggled on and toggled off. If I click on this button here, it says grid off. Doesn't matter if you turn off the grids are still there, but they're not visible. So depending on how you want to draw your stuff, it's up to you. You want to keep the grid mode on, up to you, but I will leave it on. The way you start the project is by getting the total dimension of your plan. For example, what would be the plan for this point to this point? What is the width? And then what is the length from this point to this point? So we're going to have to just roughly guess because this is a plan that I got online and I have no idea what is this plan. But what I can do is, let's just say we have this 11 feet width, okay, and 11 feet height. So we have this 11 feet 8 inch. So let's say 11 plus 11 feet would be around 22. And I give it a margin of 2 feet for these paddings and stuff for the wall. So let's just say 25 feet, okay? And then we will basically draw this line in the middle. Let's go to AutoCAD, and here we're going to start with the rectangle command. So I'll start a rectangle command. I will give it a 0, 0, which will start from the origin point, wherever your origin point is. And then in terms of dimensions, first of all, let me provide 25 feet. Actually, we need to measure this width as well. So let's say this is 11 feet. That's a 10 feet, 11, 10. 21, 21, then another 10 would be, let's just say 31, and then another 12. Let's make it 45 as a length, or maybe 50. Let's just do the 50, or maybe 45 is okay. Let's go to AutoCAD and let's start from this bottom left corner to start this plan. I'll go to AutoCAD and I have this 2D project file. Let's go ahead and then start with the rectangle command, and I will start from by providing 0, 0. So starting point is 0, 0, which means this is going to be the point where it will start. Let's go to 0, enter, and then we have the rectangle. The first value is asking for is for width. So I will give it 25 feet and press tab, which will switch to the next value, and I'll give it 45 feet. By looking at this, it seems like it is a little bit longer than we were expecting. So what I'll do is I will select this and I'll move it down. And the way I'm going to move it down, I'm going to actually move it down like this and then give 5 feet of value, and then it will automatically move it down. Let's just say you want to check the properties for this object. Any object that you create has a property panel, and the way you turn it on by selecting it, right clicking it, and then you will see the properties command. So it has a quick properties, which is this pop-up menu, which shows you if this object has a specific color, a layer, a line type, a global width, if it's closed or not. So I'll close this, and you also have right click, and I click on properties to get this bigger pop-up, which gives you more information about the current object. I'm going to close that as well. We have this 25 width and then 45 length. Well, not 45, it is 40. How do we make sure that we have this? Well, there's a command in AutoCAD that checks for the length. So I'll type DI command, which is this distance command. And I'll start from the first point and I go from the second point. And you can see it is actually rendering this 25 here. That means from this point to this point, the value of our width is 25, which is actually what we want. So I will just go ahead and then validate this. I'll use the DI command, which is again a distance command. We'll start from this point and then this point. Okay, so again, as you can see, it is validating that this is 40 feet, and feet is denoted by a single code. Okay, so we confirm that that's okay. What I'm going to do is look at the plan, and I want to give the approach some I'm going to talk a little bit about user coordinate system in AutoCAD. So we've already seen that this part here is basically 0, 0 on our sheet. Now what is this? Actually, we can actually move this bit to somewhere else, let's say here, and if I start the line command by 0, 0, you will see it starts from there. So you can modify your origin point, which is currently is here, but I'm going to select that and I'm going to move that back to where it's supposed to be when we created this project. So we will have a separate section talking about user coordinate system, because this is a very important part when it comes to working in 3D, because you will have a third dimension, which is going to be your z-axis. It's going to act as your 3D space or height. Then this user coordinate system plays a very important role in terms of building 3D models. But in 2D, it's really, something that you don't need to worry about. There's another option that I'm going to do, right click, and you see when you right click on an object, you get this menu which gives you the commands related to where you right click. Like at this stage, it says user coordinate system. Now, if I go ahead and then say make it work, this will put that user coordinate system at its default position. I will right click on that, and you have some other options, for example, z-axis, a view, or face, or there's a lot of options which will be useful in 3D world. But currently what I'm interested in, going to user coordinate settings for icon, and then uncheck this. So it said show UCS icon at origin. I will uncheck this. Now the icon actually moved here, but in our drawing, this part of this point is still our origin point. But all I did was like made this go away from, not really disturbing us from looking at our origin point. You can always check back or not. But yeah, that's how I'm going to work. Now, let's go ahead and then work on the drawing. So given that we will start from, let's just say we'll start from this part, okay? I'm actually going to make this a round roll, given our plan is actually just kind of rectangle. That's why you can use an offset command to give the width for this wall. Let's go to AutoCAD, and I'm going to use the offset command to make a, let's choose the offset command, and I'm going to give the value of 9 inches, and I'm just going to give an offset internally. Next, we need to have this middle line, which is going to be, let me zoom into our plan. Okay, so this middle wall we're going to create. Now, if you look closely, you will see the width of the outer wall is different than the inner wall. But for our case, we'll just keep 9 inches in the middle, and then we just make this plan. Okay, so let's go to AutoCAD, and I'm going to now create a line in the middle and just create a line there. Now, you need to make sure you have object snapping on for the midpoint if you want to exactly select the middle point here. I'll use the offset command by pressing offset, and this time I'm going to give it a 4.5, and I'm going to give one offset to the right and select the line again, one offset to the left. Press spacebar, and then I'm going to select this line and press the delete key to delete that. I will use the trim command, let's say TR for the shortcut key, select, and we're going to trim this line. And we're going to zoom in, and then we're going to trim this as well. So we have like a middle wall created as well. Let's take a look at our plan now. So that wall is created. Now let's go and create this 11 feet bedroom, closet, and a bathroom. So let's go back, and we're going to use the offset command again. And I will give it, let's say, 11 feet. And select this point. But the problem now is that if I select this, because this is like a combined polyline kind of object, what we need to do is use the explode command to break these apart. I'll select explode command, select this, press spacebar, and then also break this as well. Select this now. They are like separate lines now. Let's select the offset command, and currently the value for offset is 11 feet because it remembers the previous value that we provided. So we just keep that and press spacebar, and I'm going to give it like this. And then I'm going to make another wall, which is going to be 9 inches. And then I'm going to give it an offset of, let's say, 8 feet for a closet. That's okay. And then I'm going to give it a value offset of 9 inches again for another wall. Then I'm going to use the offset command to give it, let's say, 10 feet now for the bathroom. So let's say 10 feet, enter, and that's it. And this should be our room. Well, that's gone way up. So let's take a look at our plan. So that looks like the study room has something like 10 feet, but that should be okay. Now, I'm going to move this line a little down, so we will offset this, let's say 8 feet, okay? And then we give it 9 inches offset, and I'm going to use the move command to move these two lines. You can select the origin point anywhere, and make sure you're going to the 270-degree angle, and just say 2 feet, enter, and it will just move it down. Now that's how our left side is looking. Now let's go to the plan and see what exactly this is. So this is our living area, which is 19 feet 8 inch. So let's give that offset first. So offset 19, let's say 20 feet, roughly 20 feet, and then we give it around 20 feet, okay? And then I will offset 9 inch again for the wall. And if you look at, this is the 11 feet, this, in the middle, but we can give it some weird value if you want to. Let me just make offset for, let's say 6 feet. How does that behave? Now that's too much. So we'll give it offset of, let's say 4 feet from here. And then pretty much that's going to be our living area. Now let me just use a trim command to trim everything what we need, which is going to be a bit tricky. So I'm going to actually use the fence mode, which is this, just a crossing mode. Select that, and then we will just use this, that, and then we click line, we make a line there, that's gone. Click, make a line, that's gone. And then get that line away. And then, yeah, that's what we want. So let's get rid of this line as well. And then we need to get rid of this line as well. So that's the, rough sketch that we created for this plan. Now let's go ahead and then cut the spaces for doors first. Actually, we need to make a bit of a wall here as well. So first of all, let's go and let me just create a line, okay, and give it a value of 9 inches. And then I will offset to, let's say, 4 feet from the top, and then offset 9 inches down. And I use the trim command to remove this part, and then we can remove this part as well. Let's set this one as well. Actually, we have to use the extend command now to extend this and get rid of these 2 lines, but we need to trim this line, trim this line, and now I'm going to remove this line by pressing the delete key, or you can use the erase command by pressing E, enter, and then just erase that. I will just select the vertex and just move it to the top. And the last bit we need is this. Okay. All right. So next we're going to cut the spaces for the door. So let's review our plan. So first of all, the first door is going to be here, a living area, that door, and that door, and door. So this door looks like to be, let's say, 3.6 feet. This is the same 3.6 feet, or let's say 3 feet. I'm not sure what exactly the door dimension. It's all up to you. You're an architect engineer. You need to think about what are the dimension. I'm just going to show you the AutoCAD, like the AutoCAD part of it. So let's cut the doors just quickly, and then we will cut the, 2 doors here as well. Now let's go to, first of all, I'm going to use the offset command and give it, let's say, 4.5 offset again. I will give it 3 feet, erase this line, and then use offset to 3 feet, enter, and there you go. All right, and then I can select both and then move them down, or you could use an extend command to do that. That's one thing, and let's refer to our plan. Now we need to do one more thing here. We're going to create like 3 feet rooms. So I will give it a 4 feet offset from here, okay? And I will extend these lines like that. Okay, this is going to be the door for it. So I'll use a 4.5 inch, make a wall there. Now let's use the trim command to trim this bit and this bit. And then we need to trim these 2 lines as well. But that's a problem because, this line has no intersection. So what I can do is use the extend command. If I show you where is our extend command, trim and extend command, and then extend that line, and then we will use this to trim everything quickly. That's a problem. Again, we just undo everything what we shouldn't do. So let's trim this, trim now that, and then that. Okay, and then we can trim that bit, and this bit, and this bit. Okay, so that's our space for the door. Now let's use the mirror command to actually cut the doors for here. So what I'll do, I'll create something like, I'll create a line. Let me just offset to, let's say, 4.5. And let's give it offset of 3 feet like that. And I'm going to just extend these 2 lines. And I'm gonna trim those like that. Okay, and I would just trim those as well. Now I can actually use the mirror command to mirror both of these to this bit. So we'll use the mirror command. I will select these 2 objects, and I will find the middle point, which is this one. And then if you look at it, I take to the 0-degree angle, and I click and I say no, we have 2 lines created, and I can use the trim command to trim that. Let's refer to our plan. Okay, that's looking good now. Now let's cut the door at the top as well right there. So to be able to cut the door, I can actually use this mirror, but the problem is we don't have a middle ground point. So what I can do quickly is just use the extend command and extend these two lines, and then extend one more time, and then I will use trim command to TR press to, and then just trim line. Okay, so as you can see, our plan is now in a good shape. It has the spaces for doors. Actually, no, we need to cut this story area as well. So I will go and maybe give it a roughly some value there. So let's see, I will zoom in, and first of all, let's save the project actually. So I'll just say 2D house project. All of these project files will be provided in the description of this video. We'll provide a link, right? Now I'm going to actually start a line. And this time I'm going to take a separate approach. I'm not going to use offset command, but this is my cursor. I'm going to hover over to this endpoint, but not click. Give it like 2-3 seconds and then move down. Now that has become our reference point. Now once that has become our reference point, this is actually really good because you can now specify the value, which is like 4 feet. Now this will start the line automatically from here. So I'll just create a line now. And this is exactly the 4 feet. If I check the DI distance command, I will click here and then click here. You see this is now 4 feet. There you go. So that's good. Now I'm going to actually, this is okay. And I'm going to actually move this to this reference as well. So what I can do is I can just use the move command, select the object, and then select this endpoint, and I'm going to take my cursor to this corner, give it a second. Once it selects that as a reference point, then I can take it, move, and there you go. That's exactly how you do it, taking the reference point and then use the, the trim command to do it. Now we can just select this and take the vertex to the left, and I'm going to just use the trim command to delete both these. So let's use the trim command. There you go. Okay. And what else we need? If look at the plan, we need to add something like this area. That should be okay, too easy to build. So I'll just use the line in the midpoint, and maybe this is okay. And then I will offset this to 4.5 feet. Let's down, it's up, and I will go ahead and then just remove the middle line and give it, let's say, 9 feet. But the problem is this is too big. This shouldn't be like a 9 feet wall because it's not gonna take any kind of like a structure. So how do we make this 4.5 feet wall? Well, the easiest way, if you've done the math, what I'm going to do is use a point command. So if you go to the draw menu, and you will have a point command. So it says multiple points. I will click on that, and I will make one point in the middle. Okay, that's the point. Now I'm going to actually create a line, okay, and I'm going to give it an offset of 4.5 inches. Move it down, and then I'm going to select another line, make that line, and then I'm going to easily go ahead and then move this object, pick this middle point, and then find the point you created before. So let's go into the middle point here. There you go. And then you can now, because there are two lines, so if I select this is the line, and then if I select this, then the line, so there's the overlapping line. So how do you select just that line now? That's where our blue selection come into play. So if I do something like this will only select that bit because that's covering the whole object, and delete that. And then I'm going to simply just use something like this, and then trim these lines and trim this as well. Okay, there are many ways in AutoCAD. It's all manual work. You can calculate or you can come up with the new ideas. It's totally up to you. All right, so that's our plan, but it still seems a little off. So if I use the DI command, let's say here to here, That's 3 feet, 4.5 inch. I can use the stretch command, select that, and I can stretch it to something like this. That should be okay. Let's save the project. And now in the next part, we're going to cut the spaces for, let's just say, windows. Now they are showing windows like this. It's totally up to you how you're going to show the windows. But for me, I will be just using some, generic way, but you can build it out if you really want to. Now let's go to AutoCAD and let me just start from here, okay? Because that's like a common ground. And we're going to create a window here, which is like, 2 windows. All right, so yep, that's it. That's fine. So first of all, let's draw a line in the middle for it. And then we can give it 4.5 on here, and that's delete that bit. Then we can do like 3 feet window this side and this side, and let's delete this line. Now I'm going to trim this bit, and even this line, okay? And then you can create, let's say, another line here, and then you can give it an offset of 4.5 feet. Let's say like that, and then another 1 inch. So that's like our window. Now, it's very, very easy to actually move this to the next point. So what I'll do, I'll use the mirror command by typing MI and select that bit here, and then we'll find the middle ground. Now, we don't have a middle ground, so how do we create one? Well, the reason why we don't have a middle ground is because we, have no line here to like our middle point. So I'll go and select the point command, and I will hover over here, and I hover over here for a second, and then move my cursor down, and then you can hover over here. That's another reference point for you. That's another reference point for you. And then you can click somewhere here, but that's not right. You need to go back and then enable some sort of, some point here, which is like apparently intersection. Okay, let's try this one. Now let's go to the line and just, actually PO is a command for the point. I want to just create a point here, and then here, and then there you go. That's your intersection, and that's your intersection. And we're gonna take hover over. It's not taking that point. So what I can do is just draw a line here, temporary line, and then go to mirror command, select this, and then select the base point, and then you will see, there you go. That's your window there. Now, the thing is, you could actually delete this now. The problem with that is if I select this bit and deselect this line by holding the shift key, I can actually take the midpoint and then move it to the midpoint here as well. Now there are some overlapping lines which we can get rid of. So if I just use a trim command, it's not gonna trim like that. There you go, and trim, and then you can draw another line there like that. Okay, so that's the windows for the front. Then we have some more windows to create. Let's just say, how about this bit? Let's try to create this similar way. That's very, very easy. We can just draw a line in the middle, okay? And then give it offset of, let's say, 2 feet, and just get rid of everything. Okay, and then from here, you can just draw a line, something like this, and then just move with something like that. Okay, but that's not looking good, so we just get rid of it. We don't need to keep that kind of line there. Now we have a door, and let's create, I'm not sure what exactly this stuff is, but we can actually create windows on the right as well. So let's zoom out, and I'm going to use the mirror command to create a window from there. So first of all, let me just go ahead and then use the mirror command and select the window. And for the midpoint, I'm going to just use this and use the 45-degree angle. And it's not giving me 45-degree angle. So what I'm going to do is go to this polar, and I'm going to select this 45-90. Now if I use the mirror command, let's select the window. and select this point and then take it to 45-degree angle exactly, and you will see it will create one. Okay, again, the problem is there for our the overlapping lines. So I'm gonna use the trim command to trim, and then trim one, and then trim one, trim. Okay, and then draw a line quickly. Line and a line there. Okay, so that's our one window. We can actually go ahead and then create another one, but this time I'm actually going to just use this rectangle as well. So let's go closer and use CO for the copy command and select just this. And then I will select this as a base point and then move it here. Then I'm gonna just copy the window again. So let's say CO copy, select the window, and I will copy here and then put it there. Okay, and then I will basically need to copy this and put it there as well. Okay, and that's about it, I guess. Then we can just trim this line, this line, this line, this line, this line, this line, and then we can draw a line here and draw a line there. Okay, so that's the window. And now let's go to plan. Now what we need to do is just create one window at the bottom there, and that would be 8 for windows, I guess. So let's go ahead and then create a window right here. I'm gonna just make a reference line like that, and I'm gonna give it a 9-inch offset, and then I'm gonna give it a, let's just say 3 feet window. That's not good. I'm gonna make a bigger window here. So I'll give a 9-inch reference from here, and we'll just move it up and use the trim command to trim off this line, and that's it. And then draw a line there, and then offset 4.5 inch like that, and then offset 1 inch window, and then trim off this line. Okay, that's the window there as well. Okay, so far we have got the spaces for windows. We actually created windows, not the spaces only, but also we have spaces for doors as well. So let's take a look at how we can create doors. Now we're gonna have to create some doors like that, and the doors pretty much look the same. So let's go to AutoCAD and we'll just build this door, which is gonna be really fun exercise. So for the door, I like to do is start the polyline command by tapping PL and enter. Start from this midpoint, and then we just go all the way up. And we're gonna match the height, whatever the height for that is going to be same as the width. So that's 3 feet. So just use 3 feet, and then just a rough, let's just say 2 inches, and then go down exactly to 3 feet, and then press C for close. Next, we're gonna use the arc command. There are people that uses arc in a different way. So if you click here and I click there, then you can actually go ahead and then just build this door. Now the problem is there is some overlapping going on. So what I'm gonna do is just use a trim command to trim that. And that's your door pretty much. And you can actually copy this. For example, for this particular door, I can actually use CO copy command and then copy this door, and we'll just take this point and I'm going to just put it there. Now, basically, this is the other way around. So we need to make sure that our door is opening inside, not the outside. So the way we can do it, or you can do rotate. Let's just go rotate, and that's about it. Like, you could actually go ahead and then rotate this and flip it, but I'll show you the easiest way to use the mirror command. Select that, select this point, make a mirror, select this, delete that. There you go. That's easy. Okay. Now let's go ahead and then make a door here. I'll use the PL command. This door, let's check the distance by typing DI or a distance command, because I don't remember what was the door. So that was, let's say, X is minus 3 feet, so that's okay. Let's use the PL and just use 3 feet. Go next 2 inches. Go down 3 feet. C, close. Arc, click, and then select this midpoint. Go zoom in and use TR and remove that line. There you go. That's your door again, and I can use the mirror command by tapping MI and select the door, and then we just move that door like that. That's it. And let's go to the plan and let's see what is missing. Okay, so we need to create 2 doors like that. Yeah, we can do that if you want to, but that's just like, I'll leave that open. Or what I'll do, I will actually go ahead and then just say, make a line, and actually we can just draw a little bit of a kind of boundary here. Offset 4.5 inch, offset that. And before I do that, I will just mirror this to the bottom as well. So we can do the same thing at the bottom. I'm going to actually offset 9 inches from here, down, up. Let's trim, and trim this bit here, trim this line, and then trim this line. Trim this, trim this. Okay. And then what I can do here is on a 45-degree angle, I can just draw a door like that, but I'm not going to do that because we'll just follow just a line, and we can just, and this is a solid line, and I'll show you how you can create different types of line, like dashed line or dotted line. If you select both of these lines, you see we have properties. I'm actually not going to use the properties on the ribbon here, but I'll open up the properties for these objects by right-clicking and click on properties. Now you notice that we have selected 2 lines. Here we have 2 lines, and then here are the line type properties. So this is the line type property. This is by default set to by layer. We have not talked about layers, which we will, but if you want to quickly change the line type, you can select, and then go in here, and then say, instead of by layer, you could actually go ahead and then say, I want to use another line type. Let's see here, click on other, and then here we can load line types. I'm going to use this dashed line type, load it, click OK, and then once you select these 2 lines, you can select this dashed line. There you go. So we will take a look at the properties of each object in a second, but this is so far our plan. And we have some interior like kitchen appliances and study appliances and a bed and then the bathroom appliances. But before we get to that, let's go and talk about dimensions. Let's take a look at our reference plan. In this plan, you can see we got a text, we got dimensions, and we have some annotations going on. Before we start working with the text in AutoCAD and actual dimensions, we're going to have to learn about layers. If you have any experience with Adobe Photoshop or any other 3D software, you must have come across with the concept of layers. Let's go back to AutoCAD and start working with layers. Here we have a plan. Now this plan is basically built on a simple single layer, which in this case is a 0 layer. As you can see here, we have this palette in a ribbon, which has all the things that you need to know about layers. I'm going to click on this drop down. You can see we got only 1 layer at the moment. Now we're going to create a new layer. We will click on this layer properties, and this will give us this layer properties panel, which is where we can use to create new layers. Now, if you look at, we got some buttons here, right here. You can create a new layer, you can group them together, you can freeze a layer, you can hide a layer, and you can make one layer as a default. And there has a property for all of the work that you need to do For example, if I will make this a little bigger, you will see we have a section for on and off, frozen, a lock or color, line type, line weight, then you have transparency and a description. Now let's create a new layer. We will name that 2D walls. So if I click on this little button here, you can name your layer. So I'll just say 2D walls. We will create a new layer and we will say 2D door. We'll create a new layer. I'll say 2D window. I need to rename this. That should be 2D window. Let's make this column a little wider. Next, we don't really need any more layers, but for now we have wall, door, and a window. Now I'm going to just click on this button called auto hide. Let's click on that, and when we go to the drawing, it should just auto hide now, and we have this panel just right here. I'm gonna actually make this a little bigger on the right, but you can click here to hide it or make it, auto hide. So let's go ahead and then start using these layers what we created to the wall and close the layer panel. Okay, so let's zoom in, and what we need to do is copy this whole drawing and make a layered base plan. I want to keep everything on default just for as a backup. So I'll CO copy and I will select everything. I will select from this point and then I will move it to the right here. Okay, and then from this copy, we're gonna convert every object type to its accordingly layer. Now let's go and select an object, and from the drop down, we are going to use this 2D wall layer. Now if I select this object, you will see that according to the current selection, our layer panel showing us what is the layer of the current selected object. And if I select this, you will see because there are two layers available for these two objects, it's not going to show anything because there's a multiple layers that are on selection currently. So the way we can actually add all the layers to the match layer, you can use this match layer command, which changes the layer of a selected object to the layer destination. So I'll click on the match layer command and I'll just say select object. Once I select it, and then I'll just use destination. Now if I select this, you'll see it is now 0, and then this has become 0 again. So what I'll need to do is click on the match layer, and I will first select this and then say 2D wall layer. Then I will click on match layer and I will select pretty much all the layers that I need to be a wall layer. So let's select this, select that, basically select all the walls. Let's select this. Okay, select this. You see the blue selection is very, very useful now. And if you accidentally added something to the selection, shift, hold, click, and it will be, removed from the selection. So we will select all the layers now. And let's select this part as well. Select all of the walls. Okay, that's good. And I will select. Okay, I'm pretty sure everything that I need has been selected. I just want to make sure that these lines are selected, which are closer to the door. This one as well. And something like we got these walls. Okay, and these walls, and then these walls. You see the blue selection is very, very useful because otherwise you will have to create every single selection with very focused point, and then that will take a lot of time. So far we have basically selected all the walls, and I'm gonna press enter, and I'm gonna select the destination. Or you can actually go click on name, and then here you can choose the layer that you want to select as destination. So I'll select this as 2D wall, click OK. Now all of these walls are basically based on 2D wall layer. I'll save the project just to be careful. Now let's select all the doors for the door layer. So I will click on match layer and I will now select doors. But what there is a hack that you can do. You don't have to worry about selecting all the doors. What you can do is go in here, and then for the 2D wall, you can actually hide those or turn off those, freeze those so they will not be selectable, or lock those layers. I'll just hide those, and then I will basically just hide them and I say turn off, turn it off. And now you can see we're not able to see the walls, and it's much easier to select all the doors. So if I go ahead and then say match layer, select all the doors very, very easily, and click on name, and then select doors, click OK. The same way, I'm going to use the match layer command and select all the windows, and I will press spacebar, click on name, and select all the windows. Okay, now let's bring back the 2D wall layer, and let's save the project. Now, the good thing about this now is we can actually change the properties of these layers, because we have objects that are built on the top of layers now. So if you look at actually, let's go and take a look at the properties. So I'll just use the layer properties panel and make it a little bigger. Actually, we can bring it somewhere else. Let me just try to turn it off, turn it back on, and here's the button. I will put it in the center. This is you can actually grab this bluish, not actually grayish bar, and you can snap the layer panel to the right, to the left, and it goes for all the panels. Okay, so now let me actually put this to the auto height section, and let's make it a little smaller. Okay, so first of all, let's go with the wall layer. Okay, that's your current layer at the moment, but I want to make this a 0 layer as our current layer. So once I select that, there is a command called make current. Click on that. Actually, no, we need to go back to the layer properties, select 0, and the option should be somewhere here. Right click and say set current. That's your current layer now. Whatever the object you will build will be built on the 0 layer. So I go to the wall, and for the walls, I'm going to click on the color panel, and I would like to give it something like this color, or maybe let's say orange color. Click OK, and now you see you change the color, and all the objects that were built on that layer has been converted, and then you see the layers now. You see the colors. For the window, I will choose some, let's just say green color. Let's see how does that look. So that's your, and then for the doors, we can use this brownish color, and that should be okay. Now for the wall, let me put it back some different color, because that's gonna conflict. So let's say brown color. That's too hard to see, so we keep that white color for now. Let's go keep the white color. Okay, yeah, that's very hard to choose which colors we want to give it, so I'll just use this color, and I will make the doors to, let's say, blue color. Okay, all right, so now let's see, we have 2 plans. One is a layered plan, and then the other one is just built on 0. So if I select this, you got all the layers selected because you don't see anything. Make sure you don't select and then click, because whatever the selection is, if you click on drop down and select them, all the objects will be converted to that particular layer. So I'm gonna do undo, and I save the project. Now let's take a look at commands in layer panel. I've already shown you the match command. Make current command, basically when you select an object, you click on make current, it will just make that selected layer to your current layer, and then you will start drawing on that particular layer. So we'll change back to 0. Now we have other options. For example, this is turn on and off selected object. You have isolation, you have freeze, you have lock. So let's say if I go ahead and then select 2D layer, and I will just make it select spacebar, and then you will see that yes. And now you will see all the wall objects built on a wall are hidden now because of this button. So turn off the layer of a selected object. So let's say I will just undo. Okay, so let's say if I select this command and I don't know this object is layer is, then I can just select the object and it will already know that which layer it's used, and it will just hide that. That's just like hiding that. You also have an option to isolate. For example, you want to work on just walls. You can click here and then select one wall, enter, and now you see that everything else is hidden, but the actual wall that you selected is like isolated. And now we see the flaws of that, because you see there's no lines for the wall here, and there's also some sort of a duplicacy here. So we'll just delete this as well. Okay, now let's turn back on the isolation. So I will select again the isolate command, select the layer, enter. It's gonna isolate, but how do we unisolate? Well, there are many ways to do that, but one of them is looking at this button here. So if you click on that, it says hide object, isolate object. Well, what's going on here? That doesn't show me any option. Well, this option is related to objects, but what we are working with layers. So it's basically turning on and off layers. So if you look at the layer properties panel now, you'll see that the icons for on and off are like off. So what you need to do is just go back here, and then you need to make sure that you just turn on all the layers, okay? Or you can basically turn on by selecting all, and then just select one of them, turn on. It will just turn on all the layers for you. Okay, so that's your isolation, that's your hidden. Then you also have a freeze. So freeze is something, for example, if I select an object, and then this will be just frozen. Select, and that's just there, but it's just frozen. If you look at the properties panel now, you'll see the 2D layers are frozen. I'll just unfreeze that, and that will just be visible again. We have the lock options. Click on that. I will select an object and press enter, and now all the doors are basically locked. So if I select everything, it's gonna still select door, but if I delete, the door is not going to get deleted because it is locked. So all the operation and actions that usually perform on an object are not possible when a layer is locked, and all the objects are going to be just keep the state the same. And we also have an options for turn on all the layers. For example, you turn off wall and you don't know which layer that you turned off, and you don't want to go into this and then just keep clicking. If you have like a 100 plus layers, so you can just go turn on all the layers, they will just turn on. And then unisolate is going to be an option best friend for you when you isolate many objects. Tall layers, so tall layers in the drawings, all the layers were previously frozen or unfrozen, so this is just like not frozen, so this is going to unlock everything. So whenever you lock any object, lock any layer, multiple layers, you want to unlock all of them, you can do that by clicking on this button. Now we have some other options as well. We have some unsaved layer state. You can actually create a new layer state, but that would be a little bit advanced topic. I will come back to that later. Now one more thing, if I select this layer, for example 2D layer, you have an options to lock layer fading. So when the layer is locked, for example, here we have, let's lock this layer, okay? So this is now locked. If I try to delete, it's not gonna get deleted. So if I go down and I'll say the shading for the locked layer, it's going to be like this. So if I just go and increase that to, let's say, 80%, and now you see the doors are really, they faded. So that's just like your fading for your locked layer. I like to keep that as 50%, which is okay, but it's up to you what you like in this case. Some other options we will take a look at later. Now let's take a look at this properties panel. Now we talked about layers, but sometimes you want to change the properties or colors, line weight, or whatever you like for that particular object according to the object, not by a layer. For example, if I select this line and then here it says whatever the properties that it's going to take are coming from by a layer. Now if I go change this to, let's say, a different line, okay, now this is going to override the properties that are coming from by layer. So if I select this, it is showing you that the color is coming from by layer, and this one is a line weight is coming from by layer, and then this line properties or type coming from just by, you have an option to select by layer. So for example, if I go to the layer properties panel and select the wall, and then here instead of color, we are going to change the line weight. For example, we will just make it a little thicker, 30 mm. Now let's save that. And then now if you look at our line weights is actually not visible, because there's another thing we need to do. We need to turn on line weightage options. So if you look at your status bar, here's an option for show line weight. Turn on, and now you will see the line weightage. Sometimes the properties, the line weight is too thick and you don't want to always make it visible, so you can turn it off, but this is the option. And if you don't see this button here, you have to click on these three little arrows, and then you have to turn on line weight. For example, check, uncheck, check, uncheck. You'll see the line weight the toggle will appear and disappear for that. Now, for now, we just gonna turn it off. I could turn it on. Now, let's just say here's the line, which is I selected previously. It's just taking the weightage from the layer properties, but I'll change that to, let's say, 90. Let's say 90. Okay, so now you see that the line weightage for this line is 90 mm. So anything that you change here will override the properties coming from layers. So this has the more priority, I would say. So here, if you don't know what is the line width, you will go back and say by layer. Okay, 99% of the time you're going to use all the properties from layer, because that's going to help you to manage your project easily. You can change the colors of an object differently, or you can keep that by layer. Rated, I've shown you the types there. So if you want to bring in more types, click on other, and then you can click on load, and here all the types that are available in AutoCAD. You can also add, if you have a line type file, you can also bring that in, but this is like out of the scope of this course to show you how you can create a custom line types. Last command in this panel I would like to show you is a match property command. So if I hover, it says it applies the properties of a selected object to others. Now, if I go and trigger this command, I will select this line, and then next I'm going to select the objects that I want to apply these properties. But let's take a look at the properties of this line. So this is a blue color. Okay, and this is built on 2D wall, okay, and it has a different color and a different line type. Let's make it 90 mm. Okay, now if I select the match property and I want to apply this styling, which is the custom styling not coming from the layer, I'll go ahead and then select this line and then this line, press enter. Now, if you remember, these two lines were still built on 0 layer. So if I select this now, you will see it now has the layer of 2D wall, but a custom color. So if I change the color to by layer, this is going to have a layer properties applied with the layer itself, and then also the custom properties. Okay, so this is how you can apply the properties of your custom object or even layers very, very easily. So I'll just undo for now. Let's undo this, undo, and I will select this object and I will make this by layer. I'm gonna save the project. In terms of properties, there are some other options like transparency, or you could change the transparency of object. For example, let's select this and then you go and change the transparency to 0 to 100% or 90%. Now it will just be like transparent, and you can turn on and off transparency by clicking here. You see now it's really transparent. So that's another option here in a status bar. If you don't see that, go into 3-dot button and make sure you turn on this transparency. I will just go ahead and select this. Actually, undo command would work. Let's save it. And now we have covered basically the layers panel and the properties panel. And given the project, we will come and visit more and more stuff within this panel as well. If you think we missed something, don't worry. We will touch base on those options as well when we get to the 3D world of AutoCAD. Okay. Next, we're going to learn dimensions, which is another very important feature of AutoCAD, because lots of time your drawings will have an annotation. For example, here we have text with dimensions. we'll take a look at those next. Now let's start learning dimensions, or we can call it annotation in AutoCAD. What I'll do is copy this layered plan. So let's copy that bit, and we're gonna just put it to the right here. Now first, before we learn the dimensions, let me show you the text command in AutoCAD. So if you go to text, click on this little arrow here, you can see you have two options, multi-line text and a single line text. So if I select the single line text, it's asking me to specify the starting point of the text. I'll just give it this. And a height, let's just say 1 feet height, and an angle, we just keep that 0 angle. And now I can start typing. Now, given the text that we're typing will be typed on this 2D wall layer, which we don't want to do. So what I'll do, go to Layer Properties panel, and we will create a new layer, and which is going to be based on 0. So you select the 0 and set that to current layer. Right click. You can use these buttons here. What I like to do is right click New Layer, and we just say Text, and that's it. And then we will just say Set Current. Then we go back to the application, to the drawing, and now I'll select the single line text command. I'll just start with the starting point, and I'll just give it 1 feet height, and then angle would be 0. And now I can start typing. So I'll just say dimension plan, or annotated plan, annotated plan. Okay, and then press enter 2 times, and you'll see that text is there. Now I will go ahead and select this text command, click here, and then we'll just keep the height, which by default is already set to 1 feet because AutoCAD remembers the properties that we set in the previous command. So I'll press enter and enter, and now I can say layered plan, enter. There's a single line text, so that's why it's there. Now I can select this, select the vertex point, and move it the way I like. So I would like to move that in the middle, and the same goes for annotation plan. So we got this annotated plan. We're going to create a new layer for dimensions. I'll go to Layer Properties, create a new layer, and we'll just say Dimensions. And we are going to use Dimension layer for that. But before we can create a dimensions, I would like to show you some of the properties for dimension. If you look at right now, we have a properties for standard, ISO 24, standard. So if you click on this little A button, you have an options to set the properties for your text, whether they're for dimensions or anything else. You can also click here and then set the properties for your dimensions. Here's your dimension style manager. I'll close that. If you go down, here's your multi-letter style manager, and we have a kind of like a table style manager as well. So first of all, let's create some styles for our text. I'll click on this, and then here you see we have a text styles. Right now this is set to standard. I can actually go ahead and then create a new by clicking on this new and then name that. But for now, what I'll do, I'll just use this the existing one and change its font. Actually, we create a new, let's say, headings, and then select that, and then here we're gonna go select Arial bold, let's see, Arial black, and then font rate regular. We can set the height to, let's say, 1 feet, and we can set the upside down or backwards, but we don't want to do that. And the width factor is like 1. Okay, and I'm gonna just click on close. Select the object, let's say text, right click, and go to properties. And within the properties, you have a text section because you selected the text object. I will maximize the properties and put it in there. I like snap it to the left, and then here you have a style. Now I can see the heading style, so I'll just click on heading, and that style will be applied. Let's save that. If you want to, let's say, go to text style, go into text style, and you can set that current. So if you select the current and then select it, set current, and then close. Now if you type a text, for example, here, you press enter, and then you start typing. That's your heading style now. Now, another thing that we don't have to do if I select the type, you have this styles. You can actually use the styles from here. So I click on styles and now it's asking text and style name or heading. If you click on the question mark, it'll ask you to select the style name, which was standard. But what I'm going to do is, because we set that to current, we don't have to specify the height anymore. All we need to specify is the angle, because it's already taking the height of the style from the heading style. So here we go, say heading. Okay, I'm going to select the text and just delete it. Now we're going to start learning dimensions. So we will start dimensions from a dimension command. So this is like a multi-line types of dimension with a single command session. But we have other commands like linear, letter, and table. But if you were just doing a dimensions, you can click on dimensions and then start point and then the end point. And then you can just take your cursor to the right and then click and press enter. Now you see we have added the dimensions, but the problem here is the text is so small. We have to zoom in and then the text is not coming up as an architectural. So it's better to set the styles for your dimensions. So we'll just delete that. I'll go to annotation tab and click on this dimension styles. And we have this ISO 25 and a standard. We can create a new, and this will be starting point from the standard. And we can just say DI and click continue. And now you have this panel where you can set all the properties for you. So first of all, for the lines, we can select by layer, the color of the dimension lines. Line type will be by layer, and then you can also select dim line 1 or dim line 2. So you can see the preview right here. Okay, that's your preview. Now look at the dimensions here. We have dim line 1 or dim line 2 or dim line 2. You can do that, but we don't want to do that. Extension lines by block, I'll change that to by layer as well. And line weight, we can change the line weight if you want to, but what I'll do, I will use just a by layer as well. You can hide or enable the extension lines. As you can see, we have this extend beyond dim lines, or you can play with these options later. But let's go to the arrows and symbols. So right now it is using this close field, but you can change the arrows like dots, or you can go with the closed, or you can go dot blank. But what I like to do is just use dots. And you can use the arrow size to, let's say, I would like to give it, let's say, 2 inches. Okay, or actually 4.5 inches. Let's see how that works. Next, we have this dimension breakpoint. So if you look at the bit of a breakpoint here, you can just increase the size of it. I think something has happened here because we added this 4 feet 1 inch. That's too much. So what I want to do is to say 4 inches and enter here. Then you can just reduce the break size. Now, arrow size is way too big, so I'm just going to reduce that to something more useful. So let's reduce the size to, let's say, yeah, that should be okay. The size 1/8 should be okay. And the break size is like, if you keep increasing, you will see that it will just be a distance from the actual break point. So I don't want to do a lot of break size here, so we'll just make that as a default break size. Next, we go to text. Text property, you can select heading or annotate or symbols. But now I will select the heading. Now there's another problem here. Because the heading is too big, it's going to look so bad. So we'll just choose annotate, and I'm going to click on this little arrow, and we will select this annotate and create a new one. Let's say dimension. Okay, we're going to select this Arial, and for the height, we will select something like 4.5. Let's see. So 4 inches and a half. And I click on apply, click close. And now I'm going to select dimensions. So text styles you can change here. So let's say align with dimension line is another good option if you want to do that. That will basically make sure whatever the angle of your dimension line is, it will just align with that. So I like to keep that. you can change the positioning of a text. So center, outside, GIS, I don't know what is that, but centered is like the most common. Now let's go to fit. There's another options here. You guys can play with it, but that's just like if you want to go overboard. The main thing when you want to do is just the primary units. Primary units are set to architecture and then proceed to be 1/4. And that's where you will see inches and feet. Now you can apply some more options like leading and trailing zeros. If you want to get rid of those, you can just enable these options. But here you can take a look at the options what you need. If you're architect engineers, you should be able to figure out what they do. Display intelligence is if you want to show like a multiple units, then you can enable this, and that will be like different kind of units along with the primary units. That's about it for this. Let's click OK, and we will select DI and it's set to current and close. And now if I go ahead and then add the dimension, first of all, let's click here and move it down, let's say here, and we're gonna quickly go ahead and then use the dimension command to create dimensions. So here 25 feet, as you can see, this is looking much better. Select here, select that, that's your 40 feet, and then you have the dimensions for your room. So let's click here, that's your dimension, and that's your dimension for this. Let's create a dimension for room and dimension for this. It's harder to actually select the line of points. You can actually select the actual line if you really want to. For example, here, if I take my cursor closer to the line, it will just make that as a specific extension line. You click on it and that's it. You go closer to it and then click here and that's it. You go closer to the line, automatically changes it, which is a lot quicker and easier. That's now there's a problem because we don't have a one line, so we just select this like that. Okay, and then you have select this point to this point, and there we have dimension for this, and then dimension for this area. Okay, so that's really the dimensions that we created for walls. You can also make a lot of mess here. For example, if I go in the window dimension here, but what I like to do is create a copy of this plan and just add window dimensions or door dimensions, so it's like separate out. But if you go click here, that's your window dimensions, that's your door dimensions. Yeah, that's our annotation plan. Let's take a look at a couple more options in annotation. So I will create a line like this, and I create a line like this. Okay, now let's say if I select the dimension, which is the automatic command, if I take my cursor closer, it will snap to that line, and then we'll add the dimension with the angle that I created the line for. So if you go here, that's gonna create a line. But let's say in the older version of AutoCAD, we used to have this linear command or some other commands, which I'll show you. If you click on this arrow button here, you get some commands like aligned, angular, arc length, radius, diameter, coordinates, and jog. So let's say it used to be just a linear command by default. You used to have like, if you want to add a dimension for aligned, then you have to go with the aligned command. For example, if I go linear, I select this point and this point, and now you can see because I selected linear, it is telling me the width is 9 feet 5 inches. But if I go with align, I select both these points, and now the actual length of this line is 13 feet and 4 inches. So you see the difference between linear and aligned. Same goes for angular, same goes for arc length. You can try these out. If you want to check for a circle diameter, you go in here and select the diameter of the circle, and you can just add the diameter of that circle. Same goes for a radius. If you click on radius, you click here and that's your radius. But if you don't want to select this command separately, what you can do is I'll just erase all of them, and I will create an arc, just a random arc as well. If I select this dimension command, it automatically checks for the dimension for the object that you're creating a dimension. For example, if I take my cursor here, it automatically knows that I'm going to specify the diameter for that. So press enter, actually click, and then take a diameter, click, and that's it. Now, if I go and take the line here, click this line, and then click this line, it is automatically taking that as a line. Okay, here's an option for angular. So if you click on this one, it's going to allow you to specify the angle for the text. So current angle is 66, but I can say 90. Enter. Now you see the text angle is 90 now. If I go here, I can actually go ahead and then click on that line, and it will automatically determine the angle. With the arc, you go select the arc by this point to this point, that will be your linear. But if you go hover over, it would automatically see that this is not, and most probably you are trying to create a radius for that. Now, another option with the circular and diameter, if you're using this command and you want to create a diameter instead of circle, so if you hover over and I click, and now you can go actually define the radius. So if you click on radius, now this becomes a radius. If you click on a diameter, that becomes a diameter. Okay, so you can switch between while your command is active. So all of these commands for this can be automatically triggered by this dimension command, and I've already shown you how to set the styles for text and styles for dimension. Next, we have this something called a letter. So it creates a multi-letter object. So if I click on that, you can select it and click again, and then you can start typing whatever you want to type. That's just the letter in AutoCAD. You can go ahead and then change the styling for that as well. So if I click here, go to letter styles, you can set the styles whatever you like. The properties are pretty similar. So if I click on modify to modify the current styles, you see that you have a letter format, letter structure, or a content. You can change the properties here. You have a different types of letter as well. So let's say here you have align, collect, remove letter, add letter. So there's like multiple letters that you want to add. You can do that. This is all annotation stuff. So you play with them, you will get to know. The table is a very common stuff. You click on a table and then it will ask you to specify the styles. First of all, if you click on the table style, click on modify. Here are the options for the table. If you've used any program on Windows or Mac which got something to do with tables, what is a table? You have a column and rows. You have a header. You have anything Excel based. It's everything here. I don't want to spend time going through and showing you how you can change the color, you can change the format, stuff like that. But what you can do is I'll just make space here and I'll click on table and I say, okay, insert a table for 10 columns. The column width is going to be 5 feet, 3.5, and the data row is going to be, let's say, 5, and row height is like 1, and then set the cell styles for title, header, and data. So you can basically click OK, and that will just create a table for you. And that's your Excel table. Now, table has a special panel. When you have a table active currently, you can actually see that table panel will appear. And here you can add rows, insert above or insert below, or delete rows, or insert left for columns, delete column. You can also merge columns. So you can just select the columns like that. And I click on merge, it'll merge the column. Now, all of these are really Excel stuff. You should be able to figure out what is this, but it's good that AutoCAD provides tables, and then you can define also data into the tables in AutoCAD. I cleaned up that table and some other objects that we had on this drawing. Now let's finish off our dimensions. So right now you see our dimensions or energy plan is pretty messy. If you look at the reference, usually you find the dimensional plan which is presented to the client is by adding dimensions like this, living 11 feet, 8 inch, blah, blah, blah. So you can actually type those out once you have done the dimensions. For example, let's say this room, right? So what I'm going to do is let's add a multi-line text, and I will just choose to click OK. And I'm going to create something like this. And then I can say bedroom and enter the width first, which is 10 feet x 0 inches, then whatever the dimension for your length is, so 11 feet x 4 point or 4 1 by 2. So whatever the dimensions that you want to type in, that's pretty much up to you how you're going to style it. Basically, as you can see here, this is how they're doing it. So to be able to just say 0 inch and then dash and then just do this, and then you can add X here. And that's about it. Like enter. And that's your annotation. Now, one thing you could do is if you double click on the text, you get to the text editor panel for a multi-line, similar to arrays, similar to table. You can select all the options. So I believe you are familiar with Microsoft Word. If you're learning AutoCAD, you could figure out how to, justify content. For example, justification, we can do center like that, and then that would be your text. And then after that, you could actually delete these to make much cleaner dimension plan, or you could, have a duplicate of your dimension plan by typing these values yourself. Yeah. For this project, I don't want to spend any more time to actually add these dimensions, but you can figure them out. If you're just going to present this project in your school or whatever, you can just add all the dimensions like that. Now, before we wrap up with the dimensions, I would like to talk about this annotate tab. Right now, you see in terms of the commands that are available in annotation tabs are kind of limited. You have to click on this little arrow button to go to, more options like these commands, or you have to click on this multi-line, single line text, or click on this arrow. The AutoCAD provides a separate tabs for many features of AutoCAD. For example, here we have this annotate tab. So annotate tab has more spread out commands. Now for the letters, you don't have to click on this little arrow to use this add letter command or remove letter command. For dimensions, you don't have to click on little arrow button to go to this continuous command and a quick command, and then you also have some more commands here. Let's quickly go through one continuous command, which is good, that I would like to show you. Let's just say we will draw a line here, and I'm just gonna do a copy command and make some copies of this line like that. Now, in terms of this dimensions command that we've seen, I can select copy, create dimension, and then I have to select again, and then create another dimension, and then I have to select this point again, and then click here again to select another dimension. But if I press U, there is a continue command. I'll click on that, and then I will select the continue ordinate, for example, this one. Select the continued dimension. Well, we need to create one first. So let's create one. And I click on the continue, and then you see it's continuing from that particular dimension automatically. So that's your continue command that basically allows you to keep going from the previous point that you selected for the previous dimension. So all of the linear radials are here, continue dimensions here, everything that you were looking at in the dimension tab in the main home panel is here. For this multi-line and single line text, it's more spread out now. You can just use those options. We have the letter stuff, we have the table stuff right here, and there are some other options that really out of the scope of today. You really use them. But first, if you know all the basics, then you should be able to figure out these options later as well. So that's your annotate tab. Let's go back to the home tab. And next, we will look at some more tabs within the home panel. And then we will revisit like insert, view, parameter manager before we jump onto building 3D models actually. I'm going to select these dimensions and just delete them. Let's select all of them and get rid of them. And we are going to now look at some of the panels in this section of the course. We talked about already draw panel, modify panel, annotation. We covered it. We talked about layers, and then we also looked at the properties of each object. Let's start with this measure tab now. So measure tab is pretty common. I've already shown you a command called distance. So DI is like a really old command that will help you temporarily check the distance between 2 points. And it's not going to write anything. The same command is available here. This is your measure command, which displays the measurement of a geometry near the cursor and in Studio Plan views. If I select that measure command, now you see if I just take it closer, it shows me the dimension. If I take it closer, anywhere I take my cursor now to the the closer to the view, it will show you the dimension like 17 by 9, and whatever the line you touch, it will show you the dimension. This is very, very useful if you want to quickly review your plan and maybe click, and then that will just add that its measure will be like temporarily there. So that's your measure command. If you click on this arrow, you get to see distance, radius, angle, area, and volume. These are the similar commands what you see in the dimension tab, like here, linear, align, angle. So let's just say we use the measure command, which automatically detects the object. Let me just draw a circle here, and we draw an arc. Let's draw an arc. Let's draw a line, and let's draw a rectangle, for example. And maybe we can draw some polyline as well. Let's see here. Okay, so now if I use this measure command, it automatically showing me the radius. I can click on this radius to see the radius for this particular object, and shows me, if I want to check the radius. Now, in terms of measure command, I'll see that default values, it's showing me the radius, it's showing me whatever the width and height for this rectangle, whatever the length for this line. And then if I take my cursor closer, it is showing me all the angles available, all the lines and their dimensions. And this is pretty cool when you quickly want to see stuff. But instead of that measure command, which shows you everything, which is like quick command, you can actually click here and then check the distance. So now it will ask you to select the point and then, select the distance. It will show you the dimensions right there. And the same distance command can be triggered by using DI distance command. If you look at the radius, you can go and click on radius, and then that'll show you radius for that particular object. Click on angle, select this arc, and you get to see angle right there. Now, if you go to quick command, you can actually switch between all of those options very, very easily. Right now, it's like quick command, but you can go and click on this, let's say, radius, and then you go to radius, and that'll show you the radius right there. And you can select from distance to angle to area for the next dimension or next mode, which is very useful. In terms of the utilities, you have some quick select utilities. For example, if you click on that, you can select pretty much according to the layer, according to the color, line type, scale, plot, line weight, transparency, and hyperlink. So for example, we go to this plan here. Let's just say I want to select everything which is built on the wall layer. I'll click on this quick select, and they'll give me this pop-up, and then I will go to layer, and I will select the wall layer to the wall and click OK. And now you see the quick select kicked in, and then I have all the walls selected automatically, so I don't have to go and select everything. This is the best part about working with layers. When you're building your plan, make sure you set up your layers properly, because they're going to help you to change the look and feel and pretty much everything about those objects. Let's go to quick and select, and then we can select by color. Now another thing you can do is there's a little green button. If you don't know exactly the color for this, you can actually go ahead and then click and then select the color, spacebar, and now your color is selected, and click OK, and that object is now quickly selected for you because that was the color. So quick select is a great way of selecting some objects on your drawing. Let's go to another next button on the utilities. So if you click on this one, it says select all. Click on that, it will select every object. You can actually use Control A to select everything on your plan as well. This is just like select all. You have a built-in calculator to calculate stuff in AutoCAD. So if you're an engineer, anybody who knows how to use calculator should be able to do calculation right here. Like they have a scientific calculator like sin, cos, tan. You have a unit conversion calculator, variable. So this is available for you engineers. I'm not gonna go and spend time how to calculate stuff because this is not about engineering. This is about AutoCAD. Click on utilities, you have some more utilities like point styles. If you have a point, let's say you have a point command here. If I go to click on point and I will go closer to, let's say, this door. Click and enter. Now, I'm pretty sure you cannot really see the point, but there is some object here that's like a point there. Now, if I go ahead and then click on this and say point style, I would like to change the point default style to this style and click OK. And now you see the point style has changed. It's much easier to see and you can select that. That's just your point style. That's pretty much about it for a utility. It helps you to measure stuff, show dimensions quickly, select a particular object by layer, by any property that is defined in that dialog box. I'll save the project to make sure that everything is cleaned up. Next, we're going to look at this group tab, which is, again, in my experience, very less used in a smaller projects. But if you're working with 3D and you have lots and lots of stuff, you can actually group stuff into, group by using this tab. So let's just say I will create two rectangles like that, and I will group them together. So if I select them, and I can right click and you see there's an option to group, or you can go click here, group. Okay, so now they are actually grouped. Every time you select them, they'll be selected together. That's just your want. It is usually used when you have built your plan completely and you want to group stuff quickly. You can actually select objects and group them. If you want to ungroup, select the group and click on this ungroup. They'll ungroup those. That's very easy. Select both of them, and then here, if you are group, then it's group, and if you can click on edit, now you can add objects, remove objects, or rename the group. So I'll just add object. Let's say I want to make this as a part of group. Enter, and now if I select any, you'll see that becomes a part of the group, so you can edit groups as well. The next command is group selection on and off, so you can actually select one and now modify separately without ungrouping them. For example, if I want to just work on this and I don't want to work on this, I can actually turn off this group selection by clicking here and just select this and make some modification here, and then I will just go ahead and say group them back, and I select they are in group. If you click on this little arrow button, you have this group manager, which you can name your groups very, very easily, and that helps you to keep track of what type of groups you have, how many groups you have in your drawing. Create a new group, name it, and then just add to that. Next tab we're going to look at is clipboard. It's pretty much self-explanatory. You can actually select a group and press Control C, and that'll be your in your clipboard. Or you can say, okay, I just copied that bit, I'm going to just do a paste, and that will just allow you to paste whatever you selected. Paste is block. We haven't talked about blocks, but we will later. You can paste it, hyperlink, paste it to the original coordinates, and paste special is like from the clipboard. So you can read about these, and yeah, that's very self-explanatory. You have a cut with base point. You have copy clip, a copy with base point. So try them out. They're just like copy paste within AutoCAD. You don't really need to, be a super advanced with technology to understand those. I'm just trying to save some time, guys, because this video is already very long, so you don't have to spend time. This is the out of the scope. If you have other softwares like Inventor or a model space, you can bring in some of those projects with your AutoCAD. and we don't want to talk about that in this course. We already seen the annotation tab. I'm gonna quickly take you to a view tab. A view tab is very, very important. AutoCAD has two modes. One is a 2D mode, and then the second one is a 3D mode. We can change those modes by going into this little arrow, and you have this drafting and annotation, which I said 2D. You have a 3D basics and 3D modeling. We'll take a look at the workspace setting later, but you can switch between these three modes. By default, that's what AutoCAD provides. If I switch to 3D mode, you'll see the AutoCAD panel will change, and AutoCAD user coordinate system will change. Now, if I click on this little arrow here, we will see we have the different user coordinate system now, and our plan is actually looking in a 3D mode. And then you see the panel has changed, and there is now, instead of draw, there's a create panel, there's an edit panel, there's a draw panel, which is like a 2D move, and 3D mirror now, move gizmo, stuff like that. So if I switch to 3D modeling, you'll see those panels become smaller. You have a modeling panel now. You got, mesh modeling here. You got solid editing. You got all the draw commands from the 2D world, but they are now in kind of 3D world. You have a modify command, selection, and there's a lot of other things that you don't see there. So we'll switch back to 2D for now, and we'll go to a view. So in terms of view, if you want to, let me click on this home and go top. Okay, and we are in the 2D drafting and annotation mode. Now, if you look at the UCS icon, you can enable or disable the UCS icon, which is very important. Some people like to keep the UCS icon or not. You can enable or disable the view cube. You can enable or disable the navigation bar. Most of the time, you're not going to need this navigation bar or view cube or let's say UCS icon when you're working in the 2D world. But yeah, they are there by default. You can turn them on and off. You have this named view. You can actually save a view. For example, in the 3D world, you're going to look at this study isometric view. But what I want to do is I want to actually change the view. For example, if I go ahead and move something like this, this is my custom view, and I can click on a new view, and then I will choose the current display. Whatever my current display is, I can just say my custom view. And I click OK, and that's my custom view now. And from the list of views, I can go to top, and now I can go to S3 isometric, but I also have this my custom view, which will take me back whatever, my display view was, and I just saved it. You have a view manager. You can click on the current view and then create a new view from it. You have a model views, like, your own custom view, which gives you information regarding your, name, your category, your UCS, your layer, your animation, and all sort of camera X, Y, Z view. Most of the times you're not going to be able to, use these, but they are there for power user, for advanced users. We have like preset views, which is like top, bottom, left, right, front, back, NSW, isometric, or southeast, or northeast, or northwest. But yeah, you can delete, you can update layers, you can edit boundaries for this view. For example, this is the view. You can add more boundaries like this, and that will be a view. But I'm going to press escape and actually go to view manager and just delete the view. So I'll just go ahead and then say, please delete this view for me. I don't need that. I just created it for just demonstration purposes. So I'll go to top view. That's your view. You have certain view, the configuration that you can do. For example, you have two files open. You can actually split them in a separate view here, and you can work. If you have a very large monitor, I would say you can split your viewport horizontally, vertically, or the way you like, and work on multiple files at the same time. For example, in this view, I can go ahead and then open a new project or create a new drawing and then just work with that. So I'll just close this for now. Go back and then go single view. You have a named, you can create a named view or join them. So then, for example, if I split two vertical, I will join them. I can select both, and then they will be joined together. I'll just go back to single view and make my top view. you have a DWG compare. Well, you can actually compare to DWG file, which is an AutoCAD file. That's again an advanced topic. Let's not worry about that. Here's the history. Everything you did for this project, if you have set up your iCloud OneDrive account and just keep uploading to DWG history, you can actually revert back to the history. It's like a Git for AutoCAD. I'm not often used, but it's good that it's there. Activity insights, all your activity insights is going to be here. Let's not worry about that. Tool palette. Here, it's a very old kind of palette. I usually used to have this like snap and then just to have snap like this. And within this tool palette, I used to have like all the tools here, electrical, civil, structure. So these are all the blocks like tables, draw, for example, circle, region. So all the commands that you see on the ribbon, you will find them here, okay? And it's usually, it used to be the place before AutoCAD 2012 when they introduced this ribbon on the top. We used to use this tool palette to find all the commands. But yeah, you can enable, disable that. Now, in terms of properties panel, if you enable the properties panel, you select in the object, the properties panel will change all the properties according to your selection. We are not talking about blocks. We will talk about the blocks in the next section. So I'll just skip that. We have many other commands like command macros. Those are all advanced topics. I will create an advanced course later sometime, but you can try them out if you really want to, figure them out. You should be able to figure them out because AutoCAD is pretty nice when it comes to, telling you what exactly this command is. So it's basically opens and it closes the sheet asset manager. And that's again very advanced for the power users. Once you have completed your projects, you have to manage some sheets and models and lots of other stuff. You can work with those. But for now, let's skip the rest of the view commands. We go to manage. A manage is really something like import, export your tool palettes, your user interface, and everything that you want to manage. Everything, it's really advanced. It's all about how you want to organize your AutoCAD. You can switch panels and commands, and for example, this workspace, and we got 3 workspaces. You can actually click on a workspace, 3D, and then you can change toolbars, you can change menus, you can change palettes. So it's all about AutoCAD configuration when it comes to user interface. And there's a lot of commands that you can rename or change their behavior and change the icons and stuff. So this is rarely touched by even AutoCAD professionals. So, but I just wanted to show you this is available here for the service card unsaved. You have import, export. You can export your user interface for somebody. For example, your friend has set up user interface very, very nicely, and you really like their setup of AutoCAD, but it's going to take hours for you to set up the same user interface on your AutoCAD, on your PC. So AutoCAD has provided a way to actually export the interface. For example, your friend wants to probably export the interface for you, which you can click on import and then just import that particular file, and everything that they have set up on their machine will be exactly same on your AutoCAD as well. Next, we have this action recorder. You can actually record actions that you perform in AutoCAD and then replay them. I have never really used it, but if you're really interested to automate some of the things that you want to do, you can actually automate those by using this action recorder. In the application panel, we have Lips editor. Lips is basically a programming language that AutoCAD can be configured from. You can write lots of different macros to automate your work. For example, it displays the Visual Basic edit. So if I click on that, it says Microsoft Visual Basic for applications no longer installed with AutoCAD. So if I want to use the Visual Basic editor, I have to install that, but I don't want to do that. But you have a Lips editor, which is also again AutoLips environment that to be started with the reality. That's all programming stuff. Most of the AutoCAD users will not even touch that. We have some layer translator, check configure for CAD standards. It's all about managing AutoCAD and configuring the way you like it. Performance analyzer is like if you're doing some work in AutoCAD and you want to record how your AutoCAD is performing, if your AutoCAD seems slow, you can actually record, and then that will basically give you information why your AutoCAD is slow. That's our Manage tab. We looked at the View tab, Manage tab. Let's take a look at the Output tab. So Output tab is all you use for printing your plan. For example, if you click on a plot, print is actually equal to plot in AutoCAD. To put that in a simple way, you can actually go and say page setup. You can import, or you can add your setup, and then you can select the printer. Right now I don't have any printer attached, but if you work in an organization where they're using AutoCAD, they should have a printer attached. Their setting can be a different, so it's all about setting up your printer here, and then once you're happy, you can preview that and then print it. Basically, this course is not gonna really tell you how to print because it's very self-explanatory. You can do Plotter Manager if you want to manage the plotter. There's a lot of plotters available, like DWG to PDF or ePlot or default Windows system printers. But your project or your company should configure this stuff for you. In terms of add-ins, there are some app managers or apps that built for AutoCAD but not part of the AutoCAD. You can actually launch those from here. Collaboration is something if your company uses collaboration kind of AutoCAD, which means that you are working on this project and you want to share that with your other colleagues and they want to work at the same time. You can actually share drawing, shared view, or publish to docs, or you can do compare auto DWG right here. Shared drawing is something that you need to have an account set up, or the company must be creating some sort of link to share each other. It's all collaboration. You can say view only or edit and save. You need to have Autodesk 360 Cloud subscription, something like that, to be able to collaborate. I don't know where I've seen people collaborating, but in the bigger organizations where their work is all about AutoCAD, they should use this feature. Now we have some featured apps. These are like third-party apps that are not part of the AutoCAD, but you can actually install them and then use them if you want to. This is again, it depends on the app, what they do. We have, let's say, we covered this parametric. I know we haven't. We will, but in the next section, let's take a look at what are the blocks in AutoCAD. Let's talk about blocks in AutoCAD. Blocks are basically a set of objects that combine together that makes up a block. AutoCAD provides some built-in blocks. So what I'm gonna do is, here we got this layered plan. I'm gonna just rename this to, let's say, interior. Okay, let's save. And now we're going to bring in some pre-built blocks. So what you need to do is go to View and then click on Tool Palette. A tool palette will appear somewhere on your screen. For me, it came up here. And when I just click on this to actually expand the size of it, now you will have lots of tools already available for you. For example, if you're a civil engineer, you might have to find some stuff here. But what I'm interested is in architectural. So in architectural, we got lots of blocks here. For example, if you want to add a tree to your drawing, you can click on a tree, and then I can just bring that tree somewhere here. Okay. If I want to set up a toilet, I get a toilet, and that's our toilet. We got some sort of like a bed that I can look for. So if we go to Imperial, we can find something like, I think there's not a lot of blocks here, but let's just say we will find something here. I'm pretty sure electrical, material, architectural, and we get to see, I'm actually looking for a bed, but bed is not available here, but that's fine. It's not going to stop us to learn about blocks. So for now, let's see, this is the block. When I click on it, I'll open its properties. It will basically tell us what type of layer it is using. All of its properties are there, and then the type of the block. When I double click on the block, it opens edit block definition. So here we got this, metric toilet. I can click on OK, and that will open up this new block editor panel with a different view. And it has lots of options. This can be really, really advanced to teach about blocks, because you see that there's a lot of options. Blocks are basically a reusable objects that you will use throughout your projects, not just one project. You can actually create so many blocks and then save them as a block, which you can just import to any project and then just use them. A lot of organizations create lots of blocks. So I will keep it simple and I will show you by creating a new block. So let's close this block editor. We're going to create a bed. So first of all, we will use a rectangle. Okay, I will just simply create a bed like that. And then I will create a line. I'm gonna select this nearest and something like this, and then in the middle, okay, and then we use another rectangle, and I will just use a rectangle, but I will add a fillet options to it, and I'll just say maybe I can select, okay, and then I will add a fillet like this, and then I can just use the mirror command to mirror it to the right, and we have some sort of, I don't know, this is the bed, for example. Now we're going to convert this into a block. So we go to the home and we say create block. Now I can name a block to as bed, and I can pick a point for a base. Let's just say we will first select objects. So I'll just click on here and I'm going to say this is the objects for my block. Press enter, and then you're going to select the base point. You can select the base point from anywhere. That would be a default base point when you insert the block. I'll select this corner, for example. And once done, then if you want to add annotation, you can do that. But what I'll do is I'll just convert this to a block. Click OK. All right, so now this is a block. If I double click on the block, it will open this edit block definition. Click OK, and you get to see the same sort of like, a block editor that appeared from the built-in block. And you can modify the definition of your objects, which makes up a block. And you can also, do a dimensional, you can add some annotation, you can add a block table. There's a lot of options which are really, really advanced, so we don't want to go into that. But simply, you can create a block and then you can reuse that through the project. And I'll just close this editor and I'll just say discard changes and close block editor. Now I can move this and then put it somewhere, let's say here. I can actually do a rotation for this. So let's say that rotation is okay. And I'm going to move the bed here. Okay. Same, we can copy this bed to something like maybe here. And that's it. And if we reference our plan, you can see that there are some interior like kitchen appliances. So let's go and try finding a kitchen appliances from the tool palette. So if I go to architectural and I will find, let's just say forest, what is this? Let's put it here. Let's move it down like that. Zoom in, use the move command and then just move it like that. Next, we can find a car, which we can put it here, okay, outside the door. We have some other, like, let me actually expand this so I can see more. Now I want to find, what is this? I want to find a tables, structure, civil, electrical, metrics. That's your, what do you call this, architectural. And okay, unfortunately the AutoCAD, I have to do the installation for the blocks to import more. But usually when you have AutoCAD installed, there's a lot of blocks comes out of the box with AutoCAD. But anyways, we definitely have learned enough about the blocks. So let's finish off one of the plan with the dimensions and some interior. I will just fast track that so you don't have to wait for long to watch that bit. At this time, we have pretty much covered all the 2D commands. We have seen how to use draw panel, modify, annotation layers, block properties. At this stage, you should be okay to actually start using AutoCAD to build 2D plans. It'll take some practice for you to get used to with the commands and how to use them. We build this project. Now, before we wrap up the 2D section and we jump to the 3D part, I will go through some of the options that you should know. Now, looking at the bottom, let's go to status bar. This is enabling and disabling your grid system. Here we have this snap on. So let's just say if I try to use a line, that's just snapping will be turned on the grid. So if you see my cursor is no longer smooth, the only place I can draw now is on the grid. So that's just the snapping for the grid. And you can see polar snapping and grid snapping. You have a snap settings there as well. You can configure snap on for your grid system. You can snap off. You can also use the polar tracking and then increment the angles and stuff. Object snapping that we already seen is here. 3D object snapping, which we will look at when we get to 3D part. We have a dynamic inputs and stuff. So play around this with options you get to know. Now here is another option, which is infer constraint. So once you turn this on, it will, whatever the constraints that you have, it will basically follow that. As you can see here, that's just like showing you that bit. So I will just select this and erase that. Next, sometimes when you start defining a value, you get to see the input field right here. You see that? That's because you have enabled this button, dynamic input on. So now if I just start typing a line, I cannot see an input, but I can still type the value, which is getting typed on the command line. Okay, that's because of this. Now here we have this restrict cursor orthogonically. Well, right now if I start a line, I can draw anywhere I want and it tries to snap according to the polar. But if I turn on this, I can only go the 90-degree angles, 0 degree, 180, 270. Okay, that's very important. Sometimes you need to make sure that your angular angles are according to your ortho. Once you turn it on, then you can only draw on this particular angle. Yeah, that's ortho. Next we have this polar snapping. You can change the angles, which we've already been looking at and playing with it. So that's what you can turn on and off or change it. Next, we have the isometric drafting view off or on. So right now, if you look at the grid has changed, that becomes like more like a 3D. So that's just the isometric view. Then you have this slow show snapping reference lines. If you, let's say, go down, zoom in, and then see the snapping line, let's say reference. So from here, I can take the reference. You see that line, this line, that's the reference line. So if I turn this off and I draw a line, and then I take the reference, and now you will see there is no reference line appearing. That's because of this button. Next, we have this cursor to 2D reference point. So yeah, you can enable or disable for 2D. Once we get to 3D, then we will look at other options available. Next option is selection cycling. That's a bit of advanced configuration options, but you don't need to really work with that at all. Next option is snap on 3D reference point. So rarely we don't have any 3D reference points, but if we did, then it will try to snap on our 3D reference point as well. But when you switch to 3D basics, then you'll see these options will be enabled by default. This is your UCS icon. So you see if you want to snap to UCS icon or not, that'll just uncheck or check that. Next option is again 3D. Don't worry about that for now. Another show gizmo. That's your gizmo, which is again 3D stuff. We'll take a look at the next. Here we have some show annotation objects. It's set to always, but you can also change their visibility by checking this, and you can change the scales as well. So if you're an engineer, you should know what are the scales and how to work with them, and those work the same way in AutoCAD. I've already shown you can switch between workspaces types like 3D basics and 3D modeling. That's from there, and then here you will see annotation monitor on or off. That's again related to annotation. Here you have some units that you can switch from architecture to decimal to engineering, fractional, scientific, stuff like that. You can enable or disable these options by clicking on these 3 dot buttons, and that'll give you, quick access. Sometimes you don't want to see all of the options here because you're only working with 3D. You can also use this hide and isolate. That's again the button. This button will make the, clear the screen, and that's like, you have a full working AutoCAD without any of the panel or ribbon. So it's much cleaner. This is very useful when you are, comfortable with the keyboard and enabling and disabling commands with the keyboard. And I usually, when I'm working on a project, I actually use this mode. Let's go back to the normal view to see all the commands, because when I'm teaching, I have to show you all the commands there. So at this stage, we have covered pretty much all the basics that you need to know for 2D in AutoCAD, and we will jump to the 3D in the next part of this video, which I will upload probably as a separate or combine as well. Thanks for watching this 2D course in AutoCAD, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one, which will be 3D version of this course. Cheers. This section of the course will cover the 3D part of the project. So we built this 2D house project in the previous section of the course. Now it's time for us to convert this 2D into 3D. I want to talk about a little bit how advanced 3D we're going to be covering. I will try to cover all the 3D commands, but also show you how to build this 3D project. If you are interested in looking at how to build very, very advanced 3D modeling, I will paste a link to my AutoCAD course, which is on Udemy, and there's also a video on YouTube that I will paste a link for advanced 3D modeling. This video is already very long, so I want to just keep it as short as possible to build this project. Okay, so first of all, let me grab this layered plan. We'll type CO, and I will copy this object and put it a little far from our 2D plans. Okay, and this is going to be our 3D plan. Okay, so first of all, what we need to go to is switch to the 3D Basics workspace. I'll save the project, and you can click on this little arrow and then change to 3D Basics workspace. In 3D Basics workspace, you get this create panel. It's like a draw panel, but in the 3D world. You can change, edit, or modify 3D objects using this edit panel. You can even draw polygons and line, arc, polyline, things like that. And then here are some commands which are going to be used for moving, offsetting, copy erasing, and 3D mirror. Here we got this layer and viewport, and you also have some coordinates that you can play with. But first of all, we need to change our viewport. Now we switched from 2D to 3D, but our viewport is still 2D. Now we'll take a look at this top, click here, and then here you got this SW isometric, which is your 3D view. Another thing I would like to do is just use the move command and then move this to, let's just say, somewhere at the bottom here, so we don't have to work on those plans. So that's why they don't come in the way where we select few things. Now within this, how do we build a 3D model in AutoCAD? First of all, let's learn some basic command and a navigation. So on the left here, I just clicked on SW isometric or up top, and I can see I can switch between the viewports very, very easily. You can also click on View Manager, which would allow you to switch to a port or create your own custom views, which you already seen when we were learning 3D. Now let's go and close this, and I would like to close this panel as well. And I think it's a good idea to actually click on this button, and let's see if we get the ribbon. No, we don't get the ribbon, so I'll just switch back to the normal mode. We'll go to Home, and then here we got some 3D commands. Let's look at the Create panel first. So I'll click on the box, I'll click, and then this is going to ask me what is the second or other corner. So click on it. Now, before, when you were using a rectangle command, which was a 2D command, you were actually just specifying a width and a length. But now the third option is available for you. So if you move your cursor up, you can see it is building this box in a 3D space. Now you've built a box, but it doesn't look like a 3D space. That's because you can change your wireframe from a 2D wireframe to these viewports or visual styles. If I click on conceptual, that becomes this conceptual viewport. You can click here to make it hidden. Realistic, if you have any materials or any lighting effects happening in AutoCAD, then realistic is like the most realistic object. You have a shaded, you got shaded with edges, shades of gray, sketchy, you've got wireframe, which is the default, and X-ray. Now we're gonna be basically working with shaded and wireframe. And you could also change these viewports by looking at this panel, layers and view. So if you click on this drop down, you get to see 2D wireframe, conceptual, hidden, realistic, sketchy. We have shades of gray, shaded, and so on, right? You can also make some changes and save the current wheel style as a new wheel style, or switch to wheel style manager. There you go, that's your wheel style manager. Now to be able to navigate, you can still press the mouse wheel to just pan around. But if you press shift and press the mouse wheel, that is your rotation in your viewport. It's like, changing your orbit around your space. Press the shift key, push the mouse wheel button, and that becomes an orbit. You can actually switch to an orbit by clicking on this mouse wheel and then clicking on orbit here, and that's your orbit again. You can zoom in to zoom out using this mouse wheel. You can also pan. You can click on rewind to go back to the previous stages of your viewport. You could walk like that. I will just undo, or let's just say we go to mouse wheel and I'm going to click on rewind and I'm going to go to the previous this view. Okay, then you can also do look. Look is like standing in one place and looking around. So there's a lot of options available in the mouse wheel, but that's rarely used in my use case. So what I do is press the shift key and put the mouse wheel down, and then you can just orbit around. That's like the most easiest way to look at the view from a different angles. Now, if you want to be concise about where you're looking from, so you can go look at the front, you can go to the right, you can go to the back, and you can go to the left. You can go to the top, or you can click on this little, the corner, and that will make this viewport as your north W isometric, and then this is your southeast isometric, and this is your northeast isometric. I'm going to look at from this viewport, which is what is like, according to our UCS, our user coordinate system. Okay, so that's how I'm going to be navigating in the 3D space, and you can do that too. Now, let's take a look at one more options into the navigation. If you look at this orbit command, you can just orbit around. That's the same command that you press mouse wheel and then press the wheel button down. That's the same command. This is again, a command to do a slow motion. We'll talk about that later, but let's take a look at the zoom. So zoom, extend, and everything else is the same. It's all basically depending on what command you select, and then you just click on it. That will be your zoom. I'll click on home, which will take us this custom view, which we just had before. But the best way to actually go to home or main view, you can go into your custom view and say SW isometric, and that's going to be your main view when you're working with 3D. And scroll up, scroll down will zoom in and zoom out, right? Here we have different view styles. Now we created a box. Let's create a box one more time. So once you select the box command, you'll see your cursor is now changed. It has a green, red, and a blue color. And also, if you pay attention, your UCS has changed into 3D UCS now. So it's telling you where is your X value and where is your Y value and then where is your Z value. So let's say I want to create a box, and I will start the specific first corner, click, and then I'm going to basically move my cursor like that, and I'm moving my cursor in the X-axis, and I'll say 10 feet, and then press tab to go to the Y value. I'll say 10 feet, and then press tab again, and then OK. And now when I just move my cursor up, now it's asking me to specify the height of it or select 2 point. You could actually reference from another object as well. So I'll give it a 10 feet and single quote, enter. And this now exactly 10 feet on all sides. If I click on that, you get to see some other options in 3D space, but let's right click and take a look at the properties for this. So if I look at the properties, this is color, it's by layer, layer is text, because that's our, default layer for now. And then here it's getting you the position on your drawing, and your width, length, and height is all 10, 10, 10. So we can confirm that we exactly given the proper width, height, width, length, and height. Now if you select this, you get to see some more options. You see that there are some arrows. You can click and then you can expand. You can select the vertex and then you can expand this as well, or you can expand the height as well. So this is pretty cool. Once you create this, you can expand like that. Now let me go ahead and then delete these. The same way you can delete is by using erase command, or you could also press delete on the keyboard. Now if you click on this little arrow, you get to see other 3D objects like cylinder, cone, sphere, pyramids, wedge, tone, and polysolid actually. So I will click on cylinder. Now it is like a circle, but you select, click, and then make this, make the height. We go to cone, select, make your radius, and then go up like that. Sphere is like sphere. Yeah, that's a sphere. And a pyramid, you know what the pyramid looks like. Click, and then it's going to be just a cone. And then we go wedge shape, and that's your wedge. Torus, what is torus? Let's see. When we build a torus, okay, that's your torus. So click, make a circle, move your cursor, and you'll see what it's saying. And also pay attention to the command line, what it's asking for you. For example, if I select the torus again, it's asking me specify the radius or a diameter by clicking on diameter, or you can just press D. So I'll just say 4 feet, and then it's going to ask you to specify the tube radius. The tube radius, you can specify 2 feet, for example, and that's your 2 feet radius for your torus. Now we have a polysolid. Polysolid is an amazing command. So you can actually create lots of walls very, very easily by using polysolid. It used to be a manual way of building walls for working with 3D objects in AutoCAD, but now polysolid has made it a lot easier. Okay, let's learn how do we convert the 2D objects into 3D. Let me select all of these and then press E in spacebar to delete that. Now let's just say I want to build a 3D object from a 2D. Let me go ahead and then use the rectangle command. If I can find, let's say this is rectangle, and I'm going to create a rectangle in a 2D spread. This is the same 2D rectangle. Now to be able to give this a rectangle, a box-like shape, you can use an extrude command. So basically it creates a 3D solid or a surface by extruding a 2D or 3D curve. So select the command and select the 2D object, and then once this object is selected, press enter. Then you can specify the height of it. For example, if you give 10 feet, that will be the height for that. So 10 feet, enter, and that's your extrude command. You can not only extrude just a box, any shape that is compound can be extruded. So for example, here, if I select the circle and I go and select the extrude command, press spacebar, and then you can see you can create a cylinder from that. Now, one thing to notice is like if I select this and move this, you will see that the actual 2D was actually converted into the cylinder instead of just creating a cylinder on the top of that 2D. Another thing, if you zoom in like this cylinder was created under your, Z value, which is in the minus Z. So I'll just delete that for now. So next, let's take a look at a couple more examples of an extrude command. As the extrude can mention that it can create a surface as well. So let's just say you have a line in 2D space. Let's say you have this line, and I'll use the extrude command, and I'll select all of these lines and then press spacebar, and you can see this can create a surface. It's not a solid object because this was just a thin line, so that is now our surface built using line and an extrude command. Okay, so next we'll take a look at one more example. Let me just quickly make an arc. Okay, so let's just do an arc, and when I click on arc space, and that's your surface. So if an object is not combined, for example, if I create a rectangle again, let's say rectangle. Now this is a compound object, which means all the sides and all the lines are joined. Let's use an explode command to basically explode this. I will use something like X is explode command, and I will use this rectangle, press enter, and now you see these are separate lines. So as you see, these are separate lines, but still the rectangle is there. They're all joined, but they're all separate objects. In this case, when I use an extrude command, let's say this, and I press enter and move up, you will see that this is not a solid object. It's still a surface because the line wasn't compound object. That's the catch here you need to understand with the extrude command. The object has to be solid. For example, if I create 4 lines now, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this line. Now this is again a separate lines, but what I can do is use a command called join. So if I use a join command, which is already here, this is a join command. So it joins the similar objects to form a single unbroken object. So we'll select all of them and press enter. Now when I select one line, that makes it like, polyline or joined object. Now let's say, let's use the extrude command, press spacebar. It is still a surface, not a solid object, because a solid object must be a compound object. Now take a look at this. I'll go ahead and then use something called 3D polyline. Okay, and that's a 3D polyline, and I use the extrude command. And then now when I use the 3D polyline, now it makes a solid object instead of surface. You can also use a polyline, let's say 2D polyline. Let's go ahead and then press U. Let me try again. Erase, and then we use a polyline. Just make a polyline here. And now when I use the extrude command, it's gonna build a solid object. So solid object will only be created by the compound object which polyline creates. Let's delete all of these objects and let's take a look at resolve command or revolve command. I'm gonna press E. Now let's use the revolve command. So it creates a 3D solid or a surface by sweeping a 2D or a 3D curve around on axis. So let's just say I will create a line. I'm going to use a polyline, and I'm going to start from here. Now, I'm not going to create a polyline on x-axis or y-axis, but we can also select the z-axis polyline. That means you're going to create a polyline in the z-axis. So I will create a polyline like that, and then I'm going to create another polyline. If you look at like this, you will see that it is creating in the 3D space. And let me go ahead, and now it has created a polyline like that. So we'll just go into, press U for a sample, and we're going to click here and then here. Now we're going to convert this 3D polyline, and let's see if we can convert it into an arc. Now there's another problem because you see the polyline was like really, so it's always a good idea to actually have a reference for you, or you use your just, values directly. So we'll just use the 3D polyline again. I'll start from here, and then I'm going to create a polyline in a z-axis like that. Okay, and then I'm going to create a polyline on, let's just say 0, 0, and I'm going to go to z-axis, which is third value, and I'll say 2 feet again, and that makes another value in the z-axis instead of just randomly clicking somewhere. So if I want to go to y-axis now, I'll say 0, 3 feet, and we're going to go to next value would be 3 feet. And now it's going to create a polyline in z-axis and y-axis 3 feet. Okay, and I'm going to just press enter. Now this is a line in a 3D space, and we use the revolve command. Let's say I'll use the revolve command. It asks me to select the first object and then select an object to revolve our mode. So what I'm going to do now is, let's say, make a copy of this. But first, let's make this as a, let's just say, 3D wireframe, which is a lot softer on your computer if you have a low-end computer. So I'll just zoom in to this part, and I'm going to just do CO copy and then make copy here. Okay, so we got two lines now. I'm going to use the revolve command. So it's asking you select an object to revolve. I'll select an object to revolve, press enter, and then it's asking me specify the point where you want to revolve or an object. I'll say object, and I select the second object, and now you can see I can revolve, let's say, like that. Okay, you see that I'm gonna revolve. Now I can specify the angle, let's say 360 degree, which means it's gonna revolve fully, or 180 degree here. Let me just give it a 360 degree and enter. And now you'll see it has revolved in 360 degree space. Let's make this as, let's say, conceptual. And now you can see this is our object created like that. So you can see you can create a pretty fancy object or round shapes with revolve command. I'm going to use the loft command, and the loft command is pretty self-explanatory. I will just generate just a random polyline, and I will use the loft command, and I will click on this, press enter, and now it says one crossing section selected, at least two profile must be selected. So I'm actually going to remove this and just use a line, and I will just use two profiles, and I'll use the loft command and select this one and then select this one, and now you can see it creates a surface between two objects. Press enter, and you can create a path, or you can create a guide or cross section only. So that's your surface between two objects. That's your loft command. Let's delete that. Now sweep is pretty useful command. Now this works in a 3D space. For example, I'm going to create a polyline here. Let's use a polyline command, and I'm going to go into, let's just say, just a weird polyline. Okay. And then from this point, I'm going to go close to this, and I'm going to create a circle. And so let's go ahead and then use a circle command, and I'm going to draw a circle like that, and I'm going to use the rotate command. So if you look at the rotate command in 3D space, that will be a little different this time. So select an object, select a base point here, and I'm going to rotate it to, let's say, 90-degree angle. The easiest way to do that is by changing the gizmo. So right now we have selected a gizmo, which is a move gizmo. I can click here, and I can change the gizmo to rotate gizmo. Okay, and next we're gonna go close to that circle, and now you can see the gizmo has changed. So I'll just select this gizmo, and I will rotate it to 90 degrees, and then let's change back to move gizmo. So now our circle is like rotated accordingly what we want, and I'm going to use this sweep command, and it's going to ask me to select an object to sweep. So I'll select this object to sweep, and then it asks me whether I want to sweep on alignment, on a base point, a scale, or a twist, or a path. So I'll select this path, and once I select this path, you will see it actually created that circle shape, which has to be a component object according to the path that we provided. And this is very useful because you can use this in many different ways to build some custom and very complex shapes. And also you learn about the gizmo. We have a move gizmo, rotate gizmo, scale gizmo, or completely no gizmo. All right, so for now, I'll just delete this. Next, we're going to look at edit section. We have some very useful command in edit section like press pull, union, subtract, intersect. If you have a maths background, you should know what is a subtract, intersect, and union. and the press pull is very self-explanatory. But within the create panel, you get to see some of the other commands which are hidden. When you click on this little arrow, you get those commands. Those are basically surface models, and these are the mesh. So AutoCAD provide basically solid modeling, a surface modeling, and a mesh modeling. Those are pretty much, out of the scope for this course, but I'll touch base a little bit. What is the mesh modeling and what is the surface modeling? Okay. Now, let's go to another box, and I'll just create a box, and I'll just zoom in. I'm gonna change this to, let's say, a wireframe, which is a lot easier. And I'm gonna turn off this grid view, which is a little problematic when you're gonna see that. Okay, so now let's choose the press pull. Press pull command is pretty self-explanatory. When I just hover over on this section, you see it make the lines dotted. That means it's selecting this side of the box. If I go here, the other side selected, this side selected. Let's say you want to create our press pull. So let's select this and just, okay, pull it. Okay, and pull it. You might be wondering, why do you have to do it? Because if I select this, I can go and then say move gizmo, or let's say scale gizmo, or move gizmo, and then I can actually use those, let's just say conceptual, select this. Actually, that was shaded. Select, you could use this arrows to expand, but those are different stuff. Let's just say you are going to do a fillet or a chamfer for this corner. So let's say I'm going to find a command called chamfer, and I'm going to select this edge, and I'm going to say click OK. And now it's going to ask me what is the value. I'll give 3 feet, and second value this feet, and press enter. And then you will see that this is going to apply a chamfer to it. So let's zoom into it a bit. There you go. So as you see, it chamfered the whole object. But now if I use the press pull command, you'll see that it's going to really just press pull that particular edge, which is really, really great. So I'll just change the viewport to, let's say, X-ray. How does that look? I don't like none of these. I can just go with, let's say, shaded, or just shaded should be okay. Okay. And now you can see that, what the press pull is doing. So if I select the press pull again from this side, I can create this. What are the edge or a side of these things? You can actually use the press pull on that. Now let's go ahead and then build one more thing. So let's just say I go this side, and I'm gonna do a press pull here. Okay, so you see that. How is this performing? So that's the press pull command. Let's delete this, and we're gonna go to next command, which is union, subtract, and intersect. Let's look at the union command. I will just draw 2 boxes here, and I want to go to the top, and I see the box there. I'm going to draw another box. So let's draw another box like that, and we're gonna give it a height, something like that. Okay, and now we have 2 boxes, but parts of the boxes are actually overlaying each other. If I zoom into it, you see that this box is, overlaying this box. So this is actually 2 separate objects right now. But if I use the union command and I select both of them and then press enter, and now you'll see that becomes 1 object. So any part of these 2 boxes were overlaying, now it's 1 object. So that's the union command. Now intersect is something really important. So right now we have a box intersecting each other at some part. So let me zoom in, and zoom out. Yeah, those are separate objects now. Let's go and zoom in, and now I'm going to use the intersect command. So it's going to just keep the object which is intersecting, enter, and that was the part that was intersecting. Now another thing we can do is subtract. So I will use something like sphere, and I will use like that. And I'm going to subtract sphere from this remaining part of the box. So I'll use the subtract command. It's asking me to select an object which I want to subtract from, enter, and then select this one, enter. There you go. So you created this weird shape that was subtracted from the, the host object. I think we've learned enough commands so we can start on our actual project. Let's delete this and we're going to go to SW isometric and we're going to start working on this. Now this is a pretty simple plan. We will be able to create one door and a couple of windows, which will be very, very easy. Now, first of all, let's create a wall for this plan. Now, this is very, very easy to do that with the help of this polysolid command, but I'll show you the manual way. So the manual way for creating wall has been like in AutoCAD. Now I'm going to use another layer. So we'll go to layer properties and I'm going to just create a new layer and I'll name that 3D wall. And this is really important because you can turn on and off those walls and it will be a lot easier to work when you have a very big and large project. There is a command in AutoCAD which I will trigger by typing a name called boundary command. A boundary command is basically allows you to create a boundary by picking a point. So if I click here and I create a boundary like that, you'll see it is going to create a boundary there. I'll create another boundary there. I will create another boundary there, and there's another boundary there. I press enter and now we've created the boundaries for all the walls. I'm just gonna quickly go ahead and then turn off this wall there so we could see it's easier to work now. And if I use an extrude command now, you'll see it is creating walls and I'm gonna give it like say 11 feet height, and that's our wall internally and externally. How easy was it to create a wall? Now similarly we can go and use the extrude command. Let's say extrude this bit and this bit and give it 11 feet. And as you can see at this stage we have created a kind of like a wall skeleton. I'll select that and I'll just zoom around it. Okay, so that's one way of creating wall. Another way of creating wall, if I undo that as well, and these are like just walls now, we'll switch to 3D wall layer first. I did create that 3D wall, but I cannot see that. Why is that? So that's a 2D wall, and yes, we're gonna create another one. So let's go ahead, say 3D, enter. So you have to press enter to be able to create that, I guess. Let's select the 3D wall now, and this time we're gonna use polyline to create those walls. So you could go ahead and then start with the polyline and then just keep creating a polyline throughout the boundary. Let me create a polyline, a boundary like that, and a boundary from here. That's okay. And then I will do an offset command by 9 inches inside, and that's our boundary for outer wall. First of all, I'm going to use an extrude command to use both of them, and I will give them 11 feet. Now you see there are two objects. If I switch to wireframe, there is the outer box and there is the inner box. So what I can do now is use a subtract command, select the outer box and then press enter and select the inner box, and now you'll see we have some sort of like a wall created. Okay, now I'm gonna go select this object and I'm going to use this option to say hide this, and then I'm going to use the boundary command by typing BO and pick a point. Let's say pick a point here, pick this point, pick this point, pick this point, and pick this point. That's not a boundary. Pick this point, this point, this point, this point, and this point. Okay, and then we're gonna press enter, and then I'm gonna just hide the 2D wall layer for a second and use the extrude command, extrude ext, and select this, select this, select this, select all of the object, enter, and then we can give it, let's say, 11 feet. Okay, now we have the outer boundary that we created, but we just leave that for now because we need to create a spaces for our windows and doors. And the way we can do that, if I end the isolation, there is a wall which is outside. So what I'm gonna do is I want to create a spaces for outside wall as well, which in this case will be very easy because we have the outer wall separate objects and inner objects are separate as well. But first of all, let's go ahead and then change the viewport to, let's say, wireframe. And here you see we need to create a box, which is like, I don't know what, let's check the dimension. So I'll say DI. I will use DI command to check the distance for this. So DI and select the distance, that's 3 feet. So we can create a rectangle window, which we're gonna use this rectangle box, and I'm gonna create a rectangle and REC, create that. We're gonna use, let's just say 3 feet. Okay, and then I'm gonna just rotate this by changing the gizmo to rotate gizmo, and I'm gonna just rotate this to 90 degree. And then I'm gonna just move this from this point here, and I'm going to actually make this a little higher to, let's say, 3 feet more, and we will just move this in a 2D space. I'll select this object, and then I'm gonna do 0, 0, 2.5 feet, enter, and that will be, moved a little bit up in the space. Now what I'm gonna do is just use an extrude command, and I'm gonna press enter, and I'm gonna give it like this. Okay, now if we look at in the 3D space now, like a shaded space, you'll see we have another object right now there. And this is good because we have the same size window. So I'll switch back to 3D wireframe, and now I'm going to use copy command, select this object, and then pick this point, and we're gonna pick this point, and then pick this point, and then this point, and I will just make one more copy over there. But first, let me show you why am I doing this. So if you look at, I'm gonna use the outer boundary and use the subtract command and select the outer boundary, and I'm gonna select this, this, and this, enter. And now when I show you the shaded, you see that we have cut the spaces for outer boundary, which is good, right? Now let's select this, and then we just rotate this to 90 degree again. And I'm going to go back to viewport to 3D wireframe, and I'm gonna just move this to, let's say, this point, and we need to move this up as well. So let's select this, press enter. The first value is 0 for X, comma, for Y 0, comma, and for the Z axis it's going to be 2.5 feet. Okay, that's the same height as others. Now I'm gonna copy, select this, and select the base point, this one, so it's easy to copy. Okay, and now let's use the subtract command again, and let's select the outer wall and select all of these cuts, and then now let's see, we got this. Okay, so that's our 3D model. Now I think it's a good idea to actually turn off other layers. So let's go ahead and then say I want to turn off this, and I want to turn off 3D windows, and I want to turn off pretty much 0 layer as well. So everything is on 3D wall layer. Now it's a good idea to actually use the union command and basically join everything. Okay, I press enter. Now it's one object. So right now we have this, but we need to cut the space for doors, or we need to cut the space for, let's say, inner doors. I'm not going to be focusing on the inner part of the 3D, but let's cut the space for outer door. Let's switch back to, let's say, wireframe, and we need to turn back on 2D door so we can get some reference for it. I'm gonna create a box. Let's say use a box command, and we're gonna select. Now I'm not able to select because that's a problem there. So what I can do now is go to this object and temporarily hide this. And this one has a problem because, we can't do that. So let's end isolation, and we need to enable 2D wall as well. Okay, that's what we want actually. And we're gonna turn off this and then turn off 3D wall, turn off. And then we're gonna create, let's say, turn back on, that's fine. We can create a box, and I'm gonna use this point and this point for a reference, and let's create a box like that. And then above would be, let's say, 7 feet. And then let's just move this backwards like that. And then before we cut it, I'm gonna just copy this box and select this point and then move it here as well. And then I will use the SU subtract command, select this, enter, select the cuties, enter, and let's take a look at it and shade it. There you go. So you cut this space for your door as well. Now let's try creating a window first. So I will turn off 3D wall layer, and I'm going to start working on this window. There are two ways you can work on this window. You can either start drawing right here, or you can actually draw window into the space and extrude and then rotate and put it back here. I'll show you one more way to do that. So I'm gonna select this 3-point command. So it says define a new user coordinate system using 3. I'm going to select this. For the X, I'm gonna select this value, and I'm going to select for the Y this value. And that's our UCS now. I'm gonna right click and we'll say show UCS at origin. So that's our UCS now. I'm gonna click on top, and that will make this as a top view. But let's go to home, and let me switch to hidden. Okay, and that's where we're gonna work. But let's just zoom in, and then we can take a look at the top view. But first, let's draw a line so we have some reference point. I'm gonna use the rectangle command, and I'm gonna just start drawing a rectangle right here. Let's draw a rectangle here, and I will select that rectangle. Let's select this and hide this object. So as you see, this is left over, so we just delete that, and we're gonna just delete this as well. So this is a rectangle for that window. So I'm gonna use a layer properties, and we go to create a new layer, or just say 3D window frame, enter, and I will change its color to, let's say, this greenish color. That should be okay. And then we go back, and then we just convert this into 3D window frame, and I will use this top view. But the problem is it's actually, other way around. So I want to just do something like a rotation. So if you do this, let's see, front view. Okay, cannot see that. So let's go back to home view, which is going to be our custom view. That's what we working on. Where exactly we are. Okay, here's our Kisco, and that's what I want to work on. So let me just say, click here and isolate this object. Okay, now nothing else is on a frame except this. So now we can go to top view, and we can work on in the 2D wireframe. Let me zoom in, extend. There's something else in our view. That's why it is actually selecting that. I'm not sure what exactly is that, but I will just make a point. Let's see. Okay, so that's the area where we're gonna work. I'm gonna use this to rotate. There you go. That's exactly what we need for that. So we don't have to move the window now. Next, we are going to use the explode command. Remember that this is not like original topic. We changed the gizmo to align with the window so we can work in a 3D space. I'm going to use the explode command by tapping X, and I will select this. Then I'm going to use the offset command and give it an offset of, let's say, 3 inches. Let's see how that looks. And that's too much, so let's do offset. Actually, I don't need to make this explode. Let me go into this. Yep, that's exactly what I need again. And let's make an offset of, let's say, 2 inches inside. And then I'll create a line here. And then I will, actually, we need to remove this line, and I'm going to switch to 3D wall view so we can just start working with the frame. So let's say create this, and then I'll just do one right and then one to the left, and then remove the middle line, and then do a trim, remove this and remove that. Okay, that's our window frame now. That's actually good. So I'm going to make a copy of it. Let's say make a copy to the right, and then I'm going to use a BO command to make a boundary for this. Let's make a boundary, and then I'm gonna just remove, I'm gonna change the viewport a little bit. So that's a boundary. I will use extrude command and extrude all of them. And let's extrude for, let's say, 3 inches. And SU for a subtract command, select that, select this, and then select the boundary, and then select this, enter, and let's take a look at that in conceptual way. So that's our window frame. That's okay, it's not bad, but this is not exactly what we wanted. So now what I'll do here is just select the object, and no, we don't need to actually isolate that, but I want to get rid of those lines. We'll do that in a second, but let's create a glass first. So I will go to the top view again. This is again a problem. I will now go to layer properties and create a new layer, which is going to be the glass layer. Let's say 3D glass, and I will give it a color to something like grayish color. Can we find a gray color? Yeah, that's good. Okay, so that's it. And I'm going to select the 3D glass layer now, and I'm going to create a boundary for this. So BO, and pick a point, pick one point, pick second point, and then extrude both of these. Let's see, extrude and extrude. Again, the problem is that, you have to delete this line to be able to select the object. So sometimes it's tricky to select, and then we give it like 0.5. And then I'm gonna change this to, let's say, a wireframe, and we'll just move to this and this, and I will select something like in the middle, and then I will move it here. Okay, and we just get rid of this completely. Now let's go to the home view, and let's see what is the home view. Right now that's our home view. So I will end isolation, and everything will come back, and we'll take a look at it in shaded. So right now you see the window is created, but this is like the outside. So let's select the 3D wireframe, but first let's group the window. We don't want to combine those or change this, but I'm gonna group those. So let's select this, right click, and then say group. And now that window has become a group window. And then we can just move it, select, and move it to the middle there. And very easy now, we can actually copy this group window. Let's say CO, copy, and then you can select any base point and make sure you select the correct base point there. That's one, that's the one. And then we're gonna select this to rotate, and then I'm gonna copy this again from this point to, let's just say, here, and then we're gonna put it into, it's a little tricky to select, so we'll just move this way and select this and select this, select this. We've done something really weird. The thing is, which we have to undo. Okay, so I'll just undo. The problem with that is that I didn't put it in the right places. So let's copy this object, and we're gonna select the middle point, and then yes, select the midpoint there, and let's get the midpoint, and midpoint, and then delete that. Okay, and I'm gonna do UCS command, enter, and then enter. And now the UCS is back to home and our rotation will continue working accordingly. Let's save it and then let's take a look at it and shade it. So now you see that we have like a windows, and then what we need to create is now a door. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead and create a door. I'm gonna keep the door as simple as possible as well. So we'll use a rectangle command, and I'm gonna go to layer properties first, and we're gonna create 3D door, and we'll change the color to, let's say, a brownish color. Let's say this color is okay. And let's go ahead and then select that as your layer. Let's create a rectangle, start from this point to this point. That's going to be a problem because our UCS is not correct. So I'll type UCS command and I will put my UCS here. I'll use this X value and then the Y value here. And then we use the rectangle command to create a door. Let's go ahead and then offset to 9 inches. Let's say inside. That's actually too much. So let's remove this. I'll offset to 9 inches. Let's say it seems like it's too much. Okay, that's fine. We can actually work with that bit. So I'm going to use offset 9 inches, make that, and then we're going to be creating a glass here. So let's say ext extrude to both. Let's select this 3D wall layer and just lock it. We can still keep it, but just lock it so it's not selectable anymore. So just use extrude command, select the outer part and the inner part, and then enter. And then we can just extrude it to, let's say, this bit. And then we're going to use SU and get rid of that part. And then I'm going to make the viewport to, let's say, shaded. And that's how our door is looking right now. But this is really, really weird door. So what I'm going to do now is go back to 3D wireframe. And I'm going to use a command called copy faces. So if I select this, I can't really make a copy of it. My UCS is correct, but I need to find a command to copy faces. So I'll start typing COPY, and then I say copy face. And then just go to find a copy faces command, which in this case is selection. So if you go click here, and then select the face, and then we use the copy command, and now you can see I can select the faces. Press enter, and I can just grab and then put it here. So that's really the face of that, and you can see all of these are really not a main object anymore. But the better way to do that is actually, let's forget that. We're gonna be really not needing that, because all we need is just a glass. So let's draw a rectangle here again, and we're gonna just hide this object, and we have this. We will extrude this to, let's say, enter. I'm gonna do 0.5, and I'm gonna select this, and I will make this 3D glass. And we will select this, and then I'm gonna move this backwards to, let's say, 3 inches. So what I'll do is 0, 0, minus, let's say, 3 inches. Okay, and then we end the isolation, and we look at this in shaded, and you see that's a door. Now one more thing we're gonna do is we're gonna group this together, but let's do a press pull. So if I do press pull command, or actually move this a little backward, you see it's not really working. So what we need to do is we can use another command, which I'll just show you, but let's delete this. We can actually go ahead and then use another command. If you go here in edit, and then you have this chamfer faces, taper faces, extrude faces, offset faces. So click on offset faces, select this offset, and then we're gonna do, let's say, -3, let's say -3 inches. And now you'll see it actually done the offset. And then we select this and let's say 0, 0. 0, 0, and it's a minus 3 inches. There you go. So that's like our door. I know it's not really a great door, but that should work for now. So let's go to realistic. And this is like the realistic view of our plan right now. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is let's just go here and then grab a surface. So simple planar. Let's draw a planar, but we need to make the UCS to home, and then we'll draw just a planar, not on this, but we will use this. Let's say create a new, I will just say ground. Okay, and then I will just create a planar like that. That should be okay, but let's try something like that. And we select this and then we make that as a ground. All right, so that's like a 3D model that we created so far, and I'm going to, create a rooftop. So what I'll do here is just do a rectangle, create a rectangle, and then we are going to just isolate the wall. Let's say hide this object, and then I'm gonna select this to create an offset. So let's offset to, let's say, 3 feet, and it didn't select it. So what's going on? 3 feet, select it, and then make offset. Okay, and then I'm gonna just copy this. I don't need this, so I can just actually lock this object as well, hide that as well. So I'm gonna copy this and then just put it somewhere else as well. Let's say, let's put it there for reference, and I'm gonna extrude this to, let's say, 4.5 inch, and that would be our roof. And that next we're gonna be creating some sort of like a, railing if you really want to. So I'll just use the offset. Actually, we don't need that. You could actually use this array command to use that, but let's see here, and object isolation, and that's really something, a basic 3D model that we created. Obviously, I will link the video down below if you want to learn the advanced 3D modeling, but so far that's how our 3D looking. And I'm really tired now. It's almost like 4-hour video, so I'm just gonna wrap this video. I will select this and I'm just gonna change the color for this object to something, let's say, there. The last thing I would like to show you is some sort of materials that you can apply. So let's go to Visualize tab, and I'm going to look at applying materials. So let's click on the material browser, and at this stage, let's make it a little bigger there. And the first thing we need to find out is a new material. So you click on this plus button there, and then you can create a material the way you like, but we have some pre-built material here as well. So that's your AutoCAD library. I'm gonna create drag and drop, and that's gonna be material when we look at this in a realistic form. So let me select this. Next, we're going to try looking at how do we apply some of the materials, and I'll show you some basic stuff around rendering. First, I'm going to select this ground, and I'm going to go to layer properties. I'm going to change the color for this to, let's say, this dark green. And that'll just, make it a little different so we could see stuff. Now, to be able to apply materials to different models, you can actually go to Visualize, and you can click on Material Browser. Once you click on Material Browser, there's a list of browse materials that are available here. I can make the view to something like thumbnail view, and you see that there's a lot of materials available here out of the box. So we can select one of the material for a glass, and I'll show you how you can apply those. Now, let me find a glass material first. So to be able to apply a glass material or any material to your object, the simplest way is to just grab this and then drag this onto your object, and that material will be applied. So if you look at our applied material section, like this one, that's available. I'm going to bring that in, and I'm going to also bring in the grass, and then we will bring in a glass as well for windows. So let's say this light brown glass, and we can also bring in some wood. So let's go down. I can find that's something like brick, and I'm gonna find the wood, guys. So there should be starting from W. So let's go down. There's a lot of material here. Okay, so that's something I need. Yep, that's okay. So we have brought enough materials now, and I'm gonna go try applying those. So let's just do this, and first of all, let's go grab this material that's been applied, and then I'm gonna go grab the glass material. Let's apply the grass, and then we can apply I want to apply this by layer. So I can go to material mapping, and I can actually map the material, but let's go ahead and then attach by layer. So you see that here. So click on attach by layer, and it's much easier to apply material. So for the ground, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to apply the grass. And then I'm going to apply the graffiti to our 3D wall. For the 3D frame, I'll just use this. And then for the 3D glass, I'll grab this, and where is our 3D glass? 3D door, we'll just use the same material. And what else do we have? That's about it, and click OK. All right, so that's the material that we have applied. And I'm actually going to, first of all, hide all of these, which are based on some other layers. So we'll just hide those objects. Okay, so now what we can do is render this, but let's do a sun status as well. So auto exposure, the light, and that should be okay. There's a lot of advanced things that you can do. For example, the grounded shadow, and then sky is off, so I can just use a sky background if you want to. Sky and illumination, and then you can select you can create a lights as well. For example, I can create a point light, but it's saying that if you create a light, the sunlight will be off, so I'm just not gonna create a light. First, let me show you how you can render that. So there's multiple options. If you have a cloud-based subscription for Autodesk, you can render that in a cloud, and if your computer is strong enough, you can simply click here and then render. Let's just say we will render full HD. And I click on render, and it says install the medium image library. Let's install that. But the problem is I don't want to spend time installing something from Autodesk. I just want to quickly render just the render. The render will not take much time, you guys. Render is finished. So there you go. It is rendered. Okay, so now it's downloading the material images. See the details. That's about 712 megabytes, so we'll just wait for that. There was another option because installing the medium image library was taking a long time. So I'll select this work without using images, and I'll select it some higher resolution, so I should be able to show you guys a little bit. Okay, so there you go. So the AutoCAD is now rendering it out. Now it's doesn't start. Let's cancel this, and I'm gonna select the sun, sky off, sun status, and turn off the default lighting and adjust the auto exposure. And here's our exposure. I'm going to turn on the environment, and I'm going to do some, let's just say, soft light, and that would be the rotation. And you can adjust the exposure to the way you like, and we can just make it a little cooler. And then I'm going to click on render, and let's just those images, and let's see how, like, hey, so looking okay. See that material that we applied, which was glass, and actually the window within the building, and that if I go and then create a light internally, you will see a pretty good effect there. But for now, I'll leave the rendering part to you guys to try out many different things. So that's about it, guys. I hope you enjoyed. I'll be creating some advanced tutorials on AutoCAD using 3D, but later. So this video is very long. All right, thanks for watching, and I'll talk to you guys in the next one. Cheers.